Everyone, welcome to another stream. Welcome back, everybody who's not here yet because it's like 2 seconds into the stream. As you can see, we have a cool new little follower goal thingy up in the corner. Uh, I'm not sure what it does, so just just ignore it for a bit. We're gonna uh, don't worry about it. But that thing's gonna do something probably. Yeah, I took some extra time before stream today to look at a couple things. I've got lead in this pot. Probably not a good thing. Make more food. Vegetables, grain, fruit. So hard to keep up a healthy diet in this game. Vegetables, grain, fruit do we need? Get my mouse sensitivity going good. A little bit of fruit. Let's go grab ourselves a melon. Oh boy, oh boy. I had to get rid of a couple more songs off of our radio because of some copyright issues. A couple of them are like actually legitimate copyright issues. I don't know if they are or not because I found out one of the songs that I had been playing had uh was basically just like used this like clip somebody had made that was like a short like 15-second little beat loop or something. The only issue was I don't know if like the person who um made the song that I was using, I don't know if they had permission to use that or not. So that was the main issue. 2 potatoes, 2 rice. I think I'll make a couple dishes since we're starting up the stream and nobody's here just yet. Now's a good time to make some extra food for us. Okay. Water. Okay, I know we wrote a couple things down that we need to do. We need to make some more maps and find some feed for the baby cow. I need grains for the baby cow is the issue. I guess rice. I guess rice is probably the best thing to give the baby cow, right? I could probably give seeds to that chicken. We have lots of seeds. There's a lot of extra seeds, like these rice seeds. I don't think we necessarily need all these rice seeds because we keep making more. I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna double check on my things to make sure everything is running properly while I'm cooking. Okay, everything here is doing well. What do we got going on here? This is doing fine, making us more methane. Okay, let's eat this. Make up some more. Let's see. I guess we'll just make some balanced meals, a little bit heavier on the vegetables. And we'll do a little bit of tofu. Potatoes. Let's go get some more. Okay, I can remove this trapdoor. I actually didn't need this trapdoor. I didn't realize we'd be able to right-click on the oven itself to get the ash out. We're just gonna put that there. I wonder. You know, while we're waiting, maybe I can... I think it's a bit of a misnomer that flour doesn't count as... Well... Should I change it? Maybe not. I'll think about it. I think it's a bit of a misnomer that flour counts as... does not count as grain. But I guess, like, you can't just, like, feed animals flour, right? Or can you? I don't really know how... I don't know how that works. We have enough... We have a little bit of rice. Okay. I need to get the cow fed. I hope I can get the cow fed enough. The issue is, if I feed the cow all my grains, I'm not gonna have any grain. I guess I could try and grow some real quick. It's got like 40 days until it ages up. It's currently December. Yeah, you got like 40 days. Can I not put seeds in the grooming station? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll do... we gotta plant something. I can plant some kind of grains out in the field, and it'll probably be done in enough time. It'll probably only take, like, what, 10 days to grow the crops that we need? We don't have rye. Probably just wheat. I think just wheat. Wheat kind of grows year-round here. Let's see. Seeds. And we have wheat seeds in here, yeah. Yeah, let's get these planted. We'll have a bunch of grain left over. I guess we'll leave it, some of it to rot, just because it can still be used for... what do you call it? It can still be used for feeding animals, even if it rots. Alright, bees. You've got a job to do. I need you to make this grain for me. Yeah, I think making some wheat for the calf that we have that I completely forgot to feed. And that's all of our wheat seeds, actually. Okay, but the bees should be able to make us up some wheat real quick. I don't think it drops low enough to kill wheat in this climate. The wheat will go down to -5C, and I don't think we drop much lower than that. Even in the dead of winter, which it... Well, I guess it's not the dead of winter. Well, it almost is. It's only like 2 days until midwinter. So, you know, perfect time to put some crops out. And I guess if it does die, we get more seeds. So, you know, silver linings. Okay, maps. We really need maps. I need... Hold on, I'm adding glowstone for basement. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Where is all my pineapple? I think that's mostly it. Yeah. Okay, so I should be able to put this in an assembler? Yeah. Anyway, so I did buy Skyrim for my streaming account. I had to go through a whole process, make a Steam account, and then make a then purchase Skyrim again. I don't know how many times I've like lost track of how many times I've purchased Skyrim over the years. I did buy the anniversary edition too, which was more expensive, but still, it adds a lot of really fun stuff. This might take a while. I guess I could just make a spindle and do this by hand, but you know, I love the animation on this thing. This is my favorite machine animation in Greg Tech so far, is this assembler. It's so cute. Okay, glowstone. I should work on glowstone. Oh, what is it for glowstone? Sulfur, coal, gold, and red. Do I have sulfur dust lying around? I think I had some in here. Yeah, no, that's yellow garnet. That's sulfur. Let's get a count of how many we're gonna need. Look at the little bees. I think we only need 5, right? Yeah, we got 5 lanterns in here. So let's go get... We need 5 pieces of glowstone. I need to do something about these lights in here, too. But the way I built the roof kind of makes it hard. I guess I could just put another slab. I don't remember if this mod pack has a thing where you can do different types of slabs, where you can mix and match slabs. I heard the new update for Minecraft is going to have that, which is really cool. I need coal dust, not carbon dust, right? Yeah, specifically coal dust. Not the circuit assembler. Oh boy, do we have coal dust? I think we do, actually. I think I accidentally made a bunch of coal dust, or I mined something the wrong way. Yeah, this impure pile of coal dust, which I think can only be turned into... Yeah. I can just centrifuge this for more coal. Let's just do the 5 that we need. I'll swap out a battery while I'm at it. How's all our stuff back here going? Ooh, you are full. That's fair. And you're still doing good, actually. Methane. We're gonna need more machines to produce methane. Yeah, we really are gonna need a lot more machines for producing methane. This single centrifuge can kind of keep up with a single operation. I think that's probably part of the reason why methane production isn't the best. What else do we have? I know we looked up methane. It's literally over here. It'd be so much... It'd be nice if we could get this netherwort. I know it's, like, pretty low. Although it doesn't take a whole lot of EU to process this stuff. And it only produces methane gas. So if we could actually get a hold of netherwort, that would be really good. But I'm pretty sure we can't actually get netherwort in this pack. I don't think we can go to the nether. Has anyone tried? That sounds like something we shouldn't be able to do. Okay, what do I do with this? The yarn also goes in the assembler. Just put this back in the assembler. What if I put this first? Ah, sweet. Okay, it does work. That's what I figured. Because in base TerrafirmaCraft, it's disabled as well. Yeah, the only thing I want from the Nether, honestly, is the Nether wart. Because being able to make potions would be nice. I know that we get, like, they have the alcohols that act as a replacement for potions, and when you can get those potion effects is probably good. But, like, I'd really like to be able to do this operation here. I guess you'd have to have something. Well, no, you can do potions without you can do potions without blaze powder because of the mixers in create, right? I mostly just like the way that create does a lot of the potion stuff. I feel like the potion that would probably be a bad thing to hold then. Carry around bucket of methanol. We're working on making maps. Following the map that leads to you. What was that? Was that Coldplay? I always get Coldplay and Maroon 5 mixed up. I'm pretty sure that one was Coldplay. Let's see. Paper. I need to make lye. Is the main thing. I need a better source of lye for paper, but is it really only wood ash that gets us lye? Oh. Okay, I guess we do need. Wait. Oh. Wait. Oh, I guess we can burn several things like this. TFC hot or not insulating heatable. Okay. Well, we could make a bulk washer for torches. Just for torches. It's actually not the worst idea, depending on how much it costs to make a propeller. It's actually not that bad. I make this out of a lot of different materials. Probably bronze would be the best one. That's an option. I think it's actually a pretty good option. You know? I think that might be a good idea later on. We can make torches really easy. I mean, we have more than enough sticks lying around. Enough that we're voiding them. Which would honestly be a case for not voiding them. Which I guess we could use that smart shoot to decide what we use, but I think we have I think we have more than enough right now. It's weird that you can only make lye with ash. I feel like there's probably a different way to do that in real life, right? I don't know. Actually, this is pretty accurate. I think this is mostly what you can do. See that? Ash, wood ash. It's a good thing we have the ashtray. I guess we'll worry about that later. The main thing is I need more maps, but I can't make more maps without more paper. Does one of the other ways not use lye? Chemical bath. Ooh. It's actually... Ooh, Chad. Chad? Chad? Okay, I think Chad has just gotten from grinding up things that have paper in them in the first place. Does this terminal have paper in it? Oh, it does. Let's see. Chad. Is there any way to get tiny piles of Chad? No. Is there a way to get small piles of Chad? Also no. Alright, so that's a bust. The cutter can cut those. Okay, refined paper. Soaked unrefined paper. Yeah, so I guess this is the way, right? Even if we're losing, even if we only have an 80% chance of getting the actual soaked unrefined paper using the press, it's still fine because this stuff is, wait, actually, is this the stuff? Dang it. Okay, never mind. This is the stuff that requires lye to make, so that's not going to help us out at all. Glue. Alright, I think I'm just going to have to make lye. Okay, we'll just have to start making sure we do that. Okay. Well, that was fun. Alright, what's next on the agenda? Continue making glowstone? That's a good idea. Where's my coal dust? I never put... Oh, I did. Coal dust. Alright. We need creosote, but we also need... What's that last thing that we needed? Gold. That's it. Okay. Gold, and let's go grab some creosote. I want to finish eating that burger. My partner came home for lunch and brought me a burger that they found at the store. It's a pretty good burger. It's a decent burger, at least. I mean, it's better than what you'd get at, like, a fast food place. Oh, wait, I got a battery. Aha! So how's everyone's day been so far? Mine's been alright. I did some stuff. Look, we got follower goals now. In the top right corner. Yeah, I worked on that. It didn't take that much effort, but I did it. Yes, now everyone can see it. We got... This is... You know, I actually can't change the number for the followers goal. Which is, like, for a channel your size, we recommend 20 as a goal. But, I'm pretty sure I can't actually change it. Although, I'll be honest with you, Twitch sometimes the, like, navigating through Twitch's stuff is very weird. Like, half the time, Half the time, it just... like, stuff is put in weird places in Twitch. You know, in order to manage this, I have to go into the stream manager. Like, I can't go somewhere else. It's only in the stream manager where I can manage that goal. Which is weird because you think it'd be in, like, the home area somewhere? Or, like, something? I don't know. The Twitch is... the place where Twitch puts stuff is a bit weird sometimes. Alright, we got... okay. We got our glowstone. I need to set up stuff to automate the coke oven, too. I'm going to siphon off some of those logs, because I think the tree farm will overproduce logs. I need to take some of the logs and send them to the... oh, I hear a skeleton. Are they in our basement, though? I don't think the skeleton's in our basement. No, he's in the walls. Alright, glowstone? How does this work? How do I get the glowstone in? Do I have to, like, liquefy this stuff? Can I... It's probably the liquefy part, isn't it? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna assume that we have to liquefy this stuff before we can put it in a lantern. I'm also going to assume that, like, any amount will do. I'm gonna do this, like, one at a time. Where did I put my bucket? Let's see. Surely there's got to be a way to separate out, like, smaller bits. Wait. No. Okay. I thought we could separate it out into tiny piles and then liquefy it. But no, you can't do that. Okay. Bucket. Oh, I already had a bucket on me. Okay, can I bucket this stuff out? No. What if we do this? No. Okay. What if I use a barrel? Okay. What if I... put it... not... what if I just temporarily put it in a machine? And then barrel? No? Okay. Okay. Like the conundrum. I don't want to have to use a whole bucket worth. Which I know, like, the things are only going to store up to 250 anyways. But if I could trick it, if I could trick it into letting me just do a single thing. I do have an idea, though. I have a cheeky idea that may or may not work. Do I even have enough to make a full bucket? I don't think I do. This is not enough to make a full bucket worth, is it? Alright, but I have a plan. Sort of. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I have a plan or not. We're playing it by ear. I can't... okay. I can't do that. Can't do that. The only way to move this is with a drum. There's no way to, like, fill with anything? Paintballs? What do paintballs do? Oh, like for paintball guns? Okay. Chemical reactor to make a nano wafer. I'm just looking up what we do with this stuff. Okay. All right. All right. There is potentially something that could be done about this. Maybe what could be done is I could take this thing of seawater that we got stored over here. What if I put this bucket here? And then what if I got rid of this pipe and put this on here? Poked a little hole in it. All right. That does not work. Sad. That was worth a shot. It was worth the attempt. But that does not work. Alright, I guess I just have to make a bucket's worth. I guess. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just have to make a bucket's worth, at least. Which would be like, what, 2 more pieces or something? Or more? Okay. Where's my coal dust? Okay, I need more coal. Let's just do another 5. Yeah. The only other thing I could think of... Well, no, that wouldn't work. Well... We just fill it up with the drum. Do Greg Tech pipes work on that? I don't think I want to try it. Oh, I forgot we're low on sulfur dust too is the big thing. Which I think we have sulfur, not processed. Alright, this is very quickly becoming more effort than I had originally intended. Alright, since this has proven to be more effort than originally thought, we're going to put that on the back burner for a bit. Mostly because I don't want to use up the... Well, I should process some sulfur. I'll process some sulfur and then we can work on that later. But I do also need... So many things. So many steps to everything. Alright, well we've started on half of what we intended to do. So that's a win, I feel. I should put up this rice. Oh, I never grabbed that food that I made. There should be some food in the pot on the stove. We're just going to continue to ignore anything that lives in the basement. The basement doesn't exist. There are no monsters in the basement. I promise. Eat me some soup. Okay. Blast furnace is the main thing. I vote we spend a little bit of time searching for more... if we can find a source of nickel on the island, then that'll be like the last resource that we were really getting from the island. Or from the mainland that we actually need to like use. Oh, I should check let me check the batteries before we go off on this adventure. Ow. Pineapple bush hurty. Oh, man, imagine if we could find a horse. God, my kingdom for a horse. We need them horses. Okay. Let's check the batteries on. It's merely just the methane generator, which will probably turn off once I get too far away and unload the chunk. But whatever. Oh, it's fine. Probably because the machines in the machines in here aren't actually running, so we're good. Yeah, we're good. Let's go a wassailing. We go a wandering. Because I'm the type of guy who likes to roam around. I just wish we had more maps already. I think we're definitely gonna have to set up that bulk washer for the torches. I think that'll be a really good setup. We can make so much ash that way. God, you think we'll see a crocodile? Okay. Lithium deposit. Ore and gold. Some kind of ruby deposit? Probably more redstone. What's that? Diamond? Oh my god, chat, look at that. There's some graphite on our island. Isn't that crazy? I'm pretty sure when we loaded these chunks, it was before the graphite indicators were added to the game. That's probably why we never found it. Any napkins. What does everybody like on their burgers? I like mayonnaise on my burgers. And a little bit of, and pickles. And lettuce. I don't like tomatoes. I don't like raw tomatoes. But I love me some pickles. Pickles. It's like my favorite part. I don't like that. I don't like that information. You stop that over there. I don't like them. They just don't. I don't know. Maybe if I got some good tomatoes, like really good tomatoes, I'd be fine with it. But in general, I'm not a huge fan of tomatoes. Diatomite. I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of the flavor of them. Also the texture. They're weirdly gritty. I don't like how gritty they are for some reason. Isn't it crazy that like most of the world didn't even have tomatoes until like, relatively recently? Is that kind of wild to think about? Like tomatoes are such a like ubiquitous ingredient in so many cultures now. Even if you're not eating them raw, like a lot of cultures process them into different things. Potatoes too, though. I think potatoes are the more wild one. It's crazy that potato. Ooh, gypsum. We could make alabaster with that. But it's kind of crazy that like they just didn't really exist in the vast majority of the world. I mean, like potatoes came from like Peru. It was like the Incas, I think, had potatoes. And like, isn't that crazy that they like only existed there for a while? I mean, I'm sure like technically, I mean, like there are other tubers and whatnot that are probably similar enough to potatoes. It's also crazy how they're a nightshade cultivar. Ooh, thorium. There's our emerald that we were looking for earlier. Look at all this stupid gold in this island. There's so much gold Like, literally every 5 steps I take, there's more gold. Ah! No, do not look at me. Alright, don't poke the sleeping crocodile. I'm telling you, we live in the new world here. You do eat lots of potatoes. We could make the Inca Empire, rebuild it from the ground up. One of those other ones. No, we're like, obviously, we're on an island, so we're more like Hispaniola. If anything, sulfur. I don't know if we're gonna find nickel on the island or not. I guess I could probably be going about this more intelligently, though, right? I could probably go to the right rock layer in the first place. Alright. Gabbro. Which I don't think we have a lot of Gabbro on the island. What does Gabbro spawn under? God, it's in the geology section somewhere, isn't it? Geology. Yeah, I think Gabbro kind of only spawns under basalt, doesn't it? Okay. Well. I guess we probably... I mean, there was that Gabbro... We had to have had, like, some kind of Gabbro uplift for that graphite. I thought graphite... well, I'm not sure. I think graphite might spawn in a couple other places aside from just in Gabbro layers. It spawns in, like... Actually, no. I'm pretty sure graphite only spawns in Gabbro. But I know on this other side of the island that we're going towards right now, there's a lot of different rock types. So we might find some nickel over there somewhere. Am I even on the map anymore? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't realize the map doesn't, like, actually point you, like, you just stop on the edge of the map. I actually kind of like that, so it means I can't really, like, cheese the map. Yep, a lot of stuff over there. God, I wish we could get some good sandwich material out here. I could go for a good sandwich right now. I could go for a sandwich. Okay, chat. Favorite types of sandwiches. Favorite sandwich meat. I'm partial to, like, oh man, I like a lot of beef type stuff. Roast beef, that's a good one. Pastrami, that's a good one. I love pastrami. Pastrami's a really good sandwich meat. Crazy how I can't get good pastrami where I'm at. I don't know how they mess up pastrami. Ah, prosciutto, that's a good one too. That one's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. prosciutto. I can't remember how to pronounce it. I think it's that one's a good one. I like what's it? Medea? I don't remember how it's pronounced. I don't remember how half of this stuff is pronounced. I'm bad at pronunciations, actually. Ooh, bismuth. Gypsum. I could go for a good roast beef sandwich. Man, we have... I don't know how far-reaching some of our American corporations are, so, like, what's that? Plutonium? That'll be useful. But, I don't know how far-reaching some of our corporations are, but we have Arby's. I feel like Arby's probably exists in other countries. A lot of people complain about Arby's, or like it's like we'll make fun of Arby's a lot, but like I don't know, man. There's nowhere else that's selling me roast beef sandwiches with nacho cheese on them. So I don't know, man. Maybe you just don't like those kind of sandwiches, but I don't know if that's Arby's fault. But then again, it is as far. I mean, like I feel like a lot of people when they complain about fast food, they always like compare it to like actual food. You know, like food you could get at a restaurant or something. And it's like, yeah, I mean but that's just an indictment of fast food in general, right? It's not an indictment of a particular fast food place. There are definitely fast food places that are better than others, but like they're all not going to be as good as an actual restaurant. I don't know how to explain this to you guys, but like if your burger can be made in like 5 minutes, it's probably not going to be that good of a burger. Hello, bunny. Hey. Hi, you're so cute. Why are you damaged? Me to the mirror every day. No. I like Arby's though. I like their French dip and Swiss. It's just a I've made stuff like that before. The French dip and Swiss. I've made them at home before with the au jus sauce, the roast beef or whatever. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I've thought on it a little bit, and I have a better answer for favorite sandwich. I really like Reuben's. The corned beef and the sauerkraut and the Thousand Island dressing. Those are good. I learned how to make those. That is actually one I learned how to make. Which is not that hard. You just cook some corned beef in a pan and your other stuff and just like, I don't know. If you can make a grilled cheese, you can make a Reuben. They're pretty close in technique. Yeah, we're in the Dolomite layer now. Barely anything in this layer. Oh, what's that? Goethite, malachite, apatite. Ooh, that's useful for something, right? Do you have any fresh grains? You are, just wild rice lying out here in the forest. Let's see. I heard there's another type of sandwich that's like based off of a Reuben called a Rachel. Which just uses like turkey. And that sounds really good, and I'd like to make one of those sometime. You know, it really does. I don't know. I know we've been mentioning that there's a pretty big like sandwich culture over in Sweden and stuff. But how do you guys feel about cooked sandwiches? Things like toasted sandwiches, like grilled sandwiches. Is that as big of a thing, or is it all just like cold sandwiches? I feel like they're two very different categories of food. Very similar. Okay, good. They're very similar, obviously, but like I feel like the overall like ooh, tuna melt? Yeah. God, I love tuna fish as well. I always make mine. Man, it's a shame though, because as I've mentioned, with the lower quality of goods and services that I have access to, you know, every time getting smaller and smaller. But like I couldn't eat tuna for a while, which is a shame because I really like tuna fish. Because tuna fish goes great with all of the things that I really love. Because you just make some tuna fish, you know, you mix it with a little bit of mayonnaise, you put some pickles in it. I add a little bit of seasoning, you know, some pepper, some onion powder, some smoked paprika, and that's it. That's all you have to do. It's a quick and easy sandwich to make. But I couldn't eat tuna fish for a while because I got some tuna fish and there were like a bunch of scales in the tuna fish. Like I bit into it and got that like gritty, crunchy scale bit, and I know it was awful. And I couldn't eat tuna fish for like a good like 6 months after that experience. I finally gotten to the part where I'm over it. I'm also a lot more careful about my tuna when I make it nowadays. I make sure to like go through it and pick out any bits that look like they might be scales. But it was a hello. Who are you? Is this a peafowl? You would be great in a zoo. You would look great in a zoo. All right, goodbye. No, did I ever tell you guys about the zoo I went to that was like 90% peafowl? It was so funny. Um, my partner and I, we were visiting a city. We had driven quite a while to get to this city because it was one of those things where it's like, man, we wanted to get out of the house. Let's I guess let's just drive for, you know, an entire day in one direction and see where we can get. And so we get to this one town, and it's there's a lot of like nature because we're out in like the less populated area of the country at this point. But like the good thing about the less populated areas of our country is that, you know, that's where they put all the fun parks and zoos and stuff. Aluminum. Ah, that's useful. That's so useful. Okay, that's cool. That's a good find. I'm sorry. Aluminium. Okay, so anyways, we're out in this one town. And we go to... Oh, that's a lot of aluminum. So we go on like some of the nature stuff. So like I think they had a museum there that we went to one day. And then there was this one place that it was the last day we were there because we were only there for like 2 or 3 days. Hotels are expensive. So God, I love going to hotels though. Hotels are my favorite. That's my favorite part about traveling. I think in this game it's actually spelled aluminium though. So, like technically speaking, for the way that it's spelled in game is actually aluminium. I don't know why. I don't know what the British are wrong on that one. The British are wrong on a lot of things, so I'm not afraid to say it. um I'm pretty sure the spelling does change. Hold on. Hold on, let me go. I've got a roll of aluminum foil in the kitchen. Let me check. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's different in other parts of the world, but here in America we do spell it without the extra I. So it is actually the spelling does actually change here. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's the same in other parts of the world, though. But here we actually do change the spelling, which isn't too surprising. We do stuff like that a lot. We, America was really into the idea of changing everything to be slightly different than the way that the British do it. It was a real big part of our cultural history was specifically sticking it to the British. Which, you know, fair. But that's also why we don't have metric. Or it's part of the reason why we don't have metric. Probably also the school systems, I'll be real with you. Ooh, coal. But like, what else? Oh, I was talking about that zoo. So we go to this place, and so it's the last day we're there, and I love zoos. I absolutely adore going to the zoo. I will go to any zoo, any size. Let me go and look at some animals. I love it. You know? I especially like my favorite kinds of zoos. I really like zoos that are like out of the way zoos. Um, because the smaller the zoo, a lot of times, at least here in the States, a lot of times they take care of their animals a little bit better in the smaller zoos. Oop. Well, okay. Okay, guess that crashes the game. Doing nothing. All right. Okay. Old. Okay, yes, I see that it's not working. Okay, well, I can continue talking about the zoos while was relaunching. So the so like a lot of times zoos here in the States, a lot of places in our more sparsely populated areas have like small zoos. And this is partially because like they don't have like the kind of funding to like bring in like a whole bunch of different kinds of animals. But a lot of these zoos will do um they only have like animals native to the area, because obviously it's much like easier to take care of a group of animals that are native to the place that you're keeping them in. You know, you like don't have to really do anything aside from like put up a fence and call them your animals. So it's really fun getting to see like different native animals from the area, because we have like a lot of biomes here. There's so many biomes in America. So anyways, there was this one zoo I really wanted to go visit before we left this town. And it was it was a really small one, and we went there. It was the day that we were leaving. We had checked out of the hotel, and it's like 10 in the morning or something, and we go to this zoo. Now, when I tell you that this zoo was small, I'm serious. This zoo was small. This zoo that we went to, it it had, let's see, it was attached to a park, right? So the first thing is we do is we go here, and it's just a park, you know? Like, that's it. It's just a park. And the first thing we see when we pull up to the zoo is there's a woman who is like eating her lunch or breakfast or whatever, what have you, in the park. She's eating a sandwich, and there's a peafowl like harassing her, trying to get her sandwich. It's just hanging out there in the park, just just chilling, just vibing. Oh no. Oh god, something's crashing the game. Okay. There's got to be something out here where we're at. No? Okay. Give me my console back. Give me kill. Minecraft kill. Let's see. Let's double check what the log says at this point. 0 pack client level. I thought I got rid of you. It's something with it's a renderer issue. Cannot evoke me.jellysquids.mod.sodium.client.render.chunk.rendersection.getCallBlock entities because a renderer section is null. Cool. All right, I'm looking this up. Yeah, I typed it into my search bar and it just says no results found. God. Maybe if I just search the error, the method. GitHub. Exit code -1. The hell is a jelly squid? God. What? Oh. Bobby needs to update to work with the latest version of Sodium. What is Bobby? Who is Bobby? Dang it, Bobby. You also need to install Indium for some of your mods to work with Sodium. Well, sure. Why not just add another mod to the mod pack? Indium. Oh no. This might be oh no. Well, there's nothing showing up on CurseForge. Could also be, is this person on Fabric or Forge? Oh, well, I can click on this link to bring it up. It is Indium's a Fabric mod. Then Sodium, Indium's not required. Okay, cool. Hold. Hold. We are holding. We will find. somebody somebody on this thread, because this person's just like, Bobby needs an update. And somebody later down is like, sorry, but what is Bobby? A year later, somebody's like, I'm sorry, but who is Bobby? And then somebody responded with, please don't make off-topic comments on a year-old closed issue. Did he answer the question? Nobody answered the question. God, I hate when... This is the part I hate about a lot of stuff on GitHub. You go and dig through an old you go and dig through an old thread, and somebody will ask a question, and then somebody will respond with, this isn't an issue, close thread. But, you know, whatever. There was somebody, it's probably, maybe if I just update Sodium. Where is my Sodium? Sodium. Okay, I have an Embedium, which is, I'm pretty sure, the same thing as Sodium. Yeah, it's a fork of Sodium. No, it's a fork of Rubidium, which is a fork of Sodium. God, this is the one bad thing about Minecraft mods. Check for updates. CurseForge, confirm for all. My God. I'm making a backup first. Hold on. I've learned my lesson to always make a backup before you start doing stuff like this. Copy. We'll call this 0. Yeah, no, I've done this enough times. I've had enough times where I've tried things and then it just doesn't work, and then I'm left having to try to undo the things I tried, and it's never a good idea. Sodium. Check for updates. Update. I love doing the I love doing debugging. I'm glad that instead of just me in the void, we have the follower goal in the void as well. Yeah. God, heck, I mean, if Minecraft doesn't work, we could always switch over to Skyrim. We could always do Skyrim. I have Skyrim now. Did I mention that? All right. It's definitely some kind of issue with the renderer. It's probably trying to render something really specific, and it's causing crashes. So I mean, like worst case scenario, I just turn off the stupid shader pack. Like, you don't actually need the shader pack, but you know, I like the shader pack. Oh my god, it doesn't even launch this time. Hold on. It probably needs something to be updated. God. True. Another. We should do another. What is this? Cringe. What is this? Null pointer exceptions. There's so many null pointer exceptions in this mod. Let's see. Okay. Let's try updating some of the other mods. Embedium. Okay. And then I think what is the main one for this? Because it's Embedium is a port of sodium. Oculus. Let's try updating Oculus and all of its all of its various uh bits and bobs. Forge for all. I am thinking maybe we should do a Skyrim stream for tomorrow though. I kind of wonder if we should try that out. I've mentioned this several times before, but we're just not getting any. We're not getting a whole lot of new people with the TerrafirmaGreg stuff. Although we did get, I'm pretty sure that last person that we got, um, had like they play TerrafirmaGreg, and I only know that because my my creator dashboard will tell me when people that follow me also or people who chat in oh my god mod chloride requires oh you can't even see that why can't you see that one I feel like that one's fine okay uh forge 47.3 okay I guess we're updating forge now versions forge change version 47.3 launch. But like one of the people who followed me last, I saw that like my creator dashboard tells me when people that follow me or talk in chat if they stream because it'll be all like, "Oh, you should go check out their stream." It's annoying though because it tells me they're always live and then I click on because like and that's how I end up in this situation, right? Like I see that somebody that follows me is live and then I click on it and it's a lie. They're not live. I don't know why I don't know why it insists on lying to me like that. Um but yeah, like one of the last people that followed me was streaming some Terra Firma Greg content as well, which is really cool. Oh man. Single player. Okay, we're back in the game now though. Sort of. I mean, we're not in the world yet. Let's see if this crashes the game again. Yep, joining world. Oh, okay. And crashed it. Hmm. Alright, let's revert the changes. Just gotta rename my stuff. Rename. This isn't gonna be a backup anymore, it's gonna be the main one. Alright, we'll try it again. If it crashes again, I'm turning off the shader pack. Because this is literally just a shader pack issue. Actually, I could probably change the shader pack to a different one. I wonder if that would fix the issue. I don't know if it would. Because it seems like it's a general thing with the mod that runs the shader packs in general. But then again, different shader pack might not call that function. Yeah, I probably could just switch to complementary. But then it's gonna be the only issue with like switching shader packs is I have all my settings for my um I have all my settings for my shader pack, and I'd have to go through and change the stuff. Okay, we're back in, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna crash again. It definitely seems like it's gonna keep being an issue though. Because we've had this is why it crashed. I'm pretty sure this is why it crashed. Yep, there it goes. Okay, it crashed. Okay. Let's... Why can't I kill you? Why can't you get killed? Kill. Alright, we'll try swapping to complementary. And if it crashes again, we'll just turn off shader packs, I guess. Oh, God. I can do that, we can do that thing. We do that thing that, every single food brand ever does, where it's new look, same great taste. I guarantee you nobody coined that term or nobody, like, copywrote that term. But I'm willing to bet. Dude, can you imagine how much money somebody would have made if they had... Oh, what the heck? I don't even have complementary shaders installed. Did I, like, remove them? Like, I could have sworn this came with complementary shaders. Hold on. I gotta go download shaders now. Probably... I feel like I liked Unbound more. No. No, that's a lie. I like Reimagined more. Oh man, this stream this stream's been a bit of a mess so far, hasn't it? That's okay. Hmm. I also got mashed potatoes. My partner brought me so many good, delicious foods. I definitely like it being a lot more in the vanilla um look. The main issue I've had with oh wait, gotta change our shader pack. There we go. Okay, and then I'll probably have to go through and do some editing on my shader pack settings to get it the way I want it. I'm pretty sure complimentary has the nebula though, or the Aurora Borealis. I might turn that on. Probably not for like I'll probably turn it on where it like shows up if it's a full moon. Because I really like that. I like having it happen sometimes. Oh, whoa! A whole new world! And it's a lot darker than my previous world. Alright. Video settings. Shader packs. No, not done. Settings. Lighting. Oh. Why? Block light color. Actually, I do want to take this. I'm gonna tone down the blue light from the block light colors a little bit. Is there just the thing that I really don't like about shader packs is they all have their own idea about how to organize their stupid menus. And I'll be real with you, lighting stuff is probably one of the things, like, when it comes to like shaders and like the way that computers render graphics and everything, this is probably one of the parts I know the least about when it comes to computers. So like half of this stuff, because this isn't even just like, ooh, we're turning down the bloom strength. I don't like bloom. Motion blur is off. That's good. World blur, do not have that on. Color balance. Ah, see, here it is. General brightness. Turn that, maybe not that high up, but turn that up. Give it a second. Okay. All right. That looks better. Still a little muted on the colors. Maybe we turn it up a bit more. It's a real shame because like I've mentioned, I really like the pastel shaders, but they are kind of buggy. This isn't the first time I've had issues with pastel shaders. Oh yeah, this is a lot more what I like. Oh wait, I gotta find the setting for the atmosphere. Aurora, full moon, or snow biome. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it's not going to conflict with my other mod that I have in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. It's a shame. I miss my pastel shaders already. My poor pastel shaders, not meant for this world. This world is too good for you pastel shaders. But hey, at least I don't have that glitch with the torch anymore. You guys wouldn't have seen that because my avatar covers it up, but the pastel shaders had like weird pixelation on the torch sometimes. Okay. I am starting to think we're not going to find any nickel on this island, which we found pretty much everything else. So it's not really all that big of a deal. Oh, okay. I thought that guy was running up on me. I thought he was going to throw hands. Okay. But yeah, I really don't think we're going to find any nickel on this island. If we do, it's going to be some small pocket that we're going to gloss over because we just missed it or something. And who knows, maybe we can extract it later, but I'm not seeing any sort of nickel. We have lots of gold. There's one thing the island has, it's gold. The Spanish are going to come to our island and see us using gold for our water pipes. And they're going to be all like, Dios mío, it is El Dorado. Or whatever the Spanish say. I don't know if the Spanish say that. I know Mexicans say stuff like that, but obviously, even though they both speak Spanish, they're very different dialects. It's like comparing British English and American English. Very different dialects. All right. We've kind of looped back around now, and I haven't found a crumb of nickel. And boy, howdy, do we need nickel. Oh, nope, just lithium. Yeah, we're gonna have to travel to the mainland to get nickel. We found basically everything else we need, though. Those big aluminum deposits that we have on the black sand shore is going to be so useful because we're going to be needing a lot of aluminum soon. Yep. Oh well. But anyways, I was kind of thinking of doing a Skyrim stream tomorrow instead of doing our normal TerrafirmaGreg stream. I've been keeping an eye on our analytics a little bit, by which I mean I've been keeping up with it during the live streams, not I haven't really been doing my diligence in searching looking at it after the streams. I should probably check my charts to make sure. But I did notice one thing I have noticed is that staying the extra hour over isn't really helping us at all. I mean, like yesterday, especially our viewership like just dropped like an hour before we normally shut down anyways. So I do think that we're probably going to do um we're probably going to be doing the starting early, which is just keeping up with the daylight savings time essentially. That's probably what we'll do going forward. So we'll start at the same time and end an hour earlier than what we've been doing for this week at least. Which I think is fine. I like it more anyways. I was just I if I could have gotten more viewership, it would make a big difference. But if we're not even going to get any more viewership, there's no reason in starting late and ending later. Okay. I need to go get nickel. Is the main thing I need to do. I think. Yeah, you're turned around. Why you should no. You should be no. Hold on. Can't I turn you? How do I turn you? That's not it. Left click? How do I know I read this like just the other day. Like just yesterday I read the thing that told me how the wrench works. No, not storage. It was the thing about covers though. Yeah. Sneak right click with an empty hand. Oh, opening a cover. There's a thing that talks about faces. This one? Okay, I think it's this one. Right click the machine. Shift right clicking changes the front side. So maybe I just have to change the output side and then shift. Wait. Hello? And then shift. Right click. What is... Alright. You're getting broken. There we go. Let's see. But I do kind of want to take advantage of that Skyrim, that time period I noticed with Skyrim where like a lot of the viewership drops right before or like right after I start streaming. And I still wonder if that's because there's a on Friday specifically. And I still wonder if that's because there's some big streamer who's streaming at that time and then when they go offline there isn't anybody else. So I'd like to I think it'd be fun to to lure those people in. I'll jingle some keys in front of them, be like, "Hey guys, look at this! I got Skyrim." Oh, you guys like Skyrim, don't you? I'm gonna have to get used to the shader pack. It looks so much different. I want to see what it looks like in here. Oh, it's not as bright. That's probably because there's no actual lights in this area, though. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot I put a lantern in there. I don't think I ever lit this lantern. It's weird that the doors don't make a sound when they open, but they do make a sound when they close. I mean, it's nice. I really like the night lighting of this. The shader pack might be confused. Because there's definitely not a moon over there. I think the shader pack's slightly confused. I think it's putting light where it assumes the moon is. But because I have that other mod, there's not actually a moon over there. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. We should just make some... We should make some food and then head out to go get some nickel. I guess I need a miner. What was the last miner we put up? It was to get that olivine, wasn't it? Well, yeah, let's go pick that thing up. Because I can leave that on the mainland mining up nickel. And that's honestly all it needs to do is mine nickel. Although we do also have... I'm pretty sure the iron one has run out of methane by now as well. You know, speaking of methane, how much of that stuff is all in one chunk anyways? Ah, of course the tree farm isn't in... Well, but we could load these two chunks. Except for the fact that I don't have the force load things. My player config. Where's my... There's gotta be a way I can increase my... I think it's because I don't have. Bonus force load chunks. Yeah, I think it's because I don't have admin permissions on this technically because I don't have cheats enabled. Oh well. Server config? Yeah, well obviously I'm not going to be able to do that, right? Yeah. Well, we'll deal with that later. Yep, making more kapoke. Oh, actually, this thing actually does use up a lot more logs than I thought. I will say, I do like the complementary shade. The only problem I have with the complementary shaders is I don't like how dark the shadows are. Maybe I can change that, though. I think I know enough now on a lot of these things. Shadow light multiplier. Can I turn this up? Determines the amount of ambient light seen in shadows. Can drastically change setting, can break the light balance. That's fine. I want to break the light balance. Okay. Alright, this is starting to get a little bit more what I want. Yeah, this is starting to be a little bit more like what I'm used to. Maybe I'll turn down the brightness on that then, because some of that grass is a little bit too bright. I'll have to go see what the ocean's like Oh yeah, this is a lot better. Why do I have so many logs on me? You're right. I gotta go get the miner from the olivine area. Ooh, water. Oh, let's turn the music back on.
5x Beats production.
I'm thinking Skyrim. Skyrim. What do I use for my avatar though? I can't just use the same avatar for every game. It'd be weird having a little Minecraft guy for Skyrim. I'm low key thinking of just grabbing like the default Skyrim Dragonborn character and just slapping him in the corner. I think I might also do that for the Pokemon speedrun as well. Or not speedrun, Nuzlocke. I might just grab the PNG of the character and slap it on the screen. Just because I could even like grab the sprite too. That'd be so funny if it was just a zoomed in picture of the sprite looking to the right or something. I mean, I think with the Skyrim one, we can start off with like the default Dragonborn. Oh my god, that would be funny. No, that's a pretty good idea. I could like put it on like a mask or something. Yeah. Now, realistically what I'd like to do one of especially if we start doing a lot more if we start doing a lot more like a lot of different games on the stream, which seems like what we're probably going for. I'm going to turn down the general brightness now that I have the shadows turned down. But if we go for something like that, I think that once we start making ooh, I can hold on. I can wait. Desaturate the paler colors. Also desaturate the darker colors. Oh, that's okay. That's a little bit too desaturated. Color balance. Let's put you up to here and you up to like here. Ooh, okay. All right, we're getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting back to the way it was before. I like the desaturated colors. That's the main reason I liked the pastel pack so much, was the slightly desaturated colors. So this is great. All right. I think we have plenty of stuff here. Alright, I'm gonna take the battery buffer with us too. I'm gonna just slap that there. Maybe we can take some extra batteries with us too. And honestly, with the amount of olivine that we dug up, which actually isn't that much olivine. I mean, I think obviously this thing wasn't running for that long because it was just running off of a single battery that only lasts for like 3 minutes or slightly longer. Since it uses less power, but it probably didn't last all that long with the battery buffers. I do think there's a good case to have the nickel one be running off of non-battery power, but at the same time, that would be slightly inconvenient to do, I guess. Just because we don't have any methane lying around right now, we're kind of using all of it. No, but what I'd like to do once we get more popular is I definitely want to like start commissioning. I need to commission an artist to make a general like a general character skin for the channel. Probably gonna be based off of my Minecraft skin, so we'll have that going for us. But also, I don't know. I mean, I think the PNG stuff is working fine, but it would be interesting to eventually just become a full-on VTuber. I think VTuber. Crazy that they call them VTubers, even though like I think most of the time people are doing that through like streams anyway. So like, not really VTubing. Oh, let's go visit our rabbits. Let's go see. Hello, guys. How are you guys doing? Let's light your candles again. There you go, buddies. I should bring you guys some food sometime. Aren't you guys so cute? So cute. Oh, let's see. I do have, yeah. No, I think one of the early things that we're going to end up doing, with like, with any money we make from the stream, I think it is going to be put probably first and foremost into hiring some artists. Which means we're gonna have to go find artists. I could probably do that. I'm on Tumblr. There are artists on Tumblr. Stop tree. I probably should commission art from people on Tumblr. I follow a lot of artists on Tumblr. I think half of them make the kind of art that we can't really... Well, that wouldn't really... Oh! Oh, we're frozen. Do you guys see that? The bee is frozen. Oh my god. What happened this time? What happened this time? Hello? Oh my god, it took my mouse. It took my mouse! They killed my wife! Okay, hold on. Hold. Stand by. Oh no. Okay. Terminate. Terminate. Kill it. Okay. I got my mouse back. What caused the problem this time? Unknown variable. Biome pale garden. What does that mean? Failed to resolve uniform in pale garden. Reason. Unknown variable. Biome pale garden. Why are you trying to do anything with the pale garden? What? What? This is... What does that mean? Okay. Hmm. Major pack. Okay. Let's see what happens if I launch it again. Ugh. It's gonna be annoying if we... Well, I mean, like, I think... I don't know. There's a chance that that's also just another shader pack issue. I don't know exactly why. Probably... It might have something to do with it thinking that there's supposed to be, like, a pale garden biome there or something. And trying to change the lighting. Does this have biome settings? Let me see if I can just turn those off. Video settings. Back. Atmosphere. Let's see. None of these are biomes. Clouds, fog. World outline. Selection outline. Alright. What if we just ignore that anything happened and just reload the game? Surely doing nothing will fix the problem, right? Joining world. Loading terrain. I'm back here now. Hello. Okay. We got sent back in time a little bit. But that's fine. Not gonna bother starting the music until we get back to home, because that's where we crashed last time. Slappy slap, slap the grass. Anyways, this is going this is going great. Slappy slap, 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 slap. 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 Slap, slap, slap. Oh, but I didn't get to light the candles. Okay. I'm sorry. In another timeline we lit your candles. 'Cause I want to see if it crashes again. Because theoretically, if it was like some kind of weird thing with a biome, it probably would crash in the same spot, right? Let's go to the bees. Bees, trees, bees, planes. Hello, bees. Are you here to crash my game again? Oh, okay. We got past the bees. I repeat, we have made it past the bees. Tail Garden has not consumed our spirits. This time. Blip, blip, blip. Blip, blip. Go get some batteries filled up. I'll turn on the music.
5x beats
We gotta
production.
listen. We listen to the song again because it always starts with the same song. Okay, let's fill up our battery. Our battery. I don't think we have any more batteries than anything else. I should put them in the polarizer. Polarize your batteries. Refined magnetite, you say? I'll melt up this iron before we leave, while we're waiting for the batteries to charge. Actually, I should take that battery out of this thing, shouldn't I? Give me that battery. How's it going back here? This thing's gotta have the battery. It's probably gonna actually need the battery. Yeah. We'll leave you with the battery. You can keep producing methane. Let's see. But yeah. Skyrim Fridays, anyone? Skyrim? I think I do want to start streaming Skyrim on Fridays. I just don't know if I want to bother with it this week or wait until next week. I think it'd be fun because we got all the mods and everything downloaded, or mods, not mods, the DLC and everything. And all that DLC is gonna be fun. There's a lot of fun stuff going on. We play Skyrim. We can slap people with a sword. We can shoot them with a bow. We can use magic on them. I'm probably not going to use magic on them. Well, not like damaging magic, because if we're going to play on Legendary, it's going to be like the worst, the worst thing possible to have to do that. Man, there's this one game that I saw that I kind of do want to play, and I think it would be really fun to play on stream, but at the same time, it's a new game that's coming out, and it's like $60, and I don't think I want to spend that kind of capital to do stuff on stream just yet. But I don't remember the full name, but it's like, it's got the guy's name, and then it's like the first Berserker. And I've been looking at it, and it looks like a really fun game because it's a hack and slash, and it seems very like, I mean, you're playing as a Berserker, that's a cool archetype to play as for a hack and slash. I feel like we don't have enough games nowadays that has that kind of archetype. Except for like, I don't know, God of War. I guess God of War was a pretty popular game, wasn't it? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it's just time for us to go. We're gonna make up some food, and then I guess we're leaving to go collect some nickel. I feel like I should take the... You know what? Let's go check the... Let's go check... Well, I don't have the time for that. I don't have... Nah. I'll just make the food and go. We don't have anything else really needing to be done here. But yeah, I think if we play Skyrim, it'll be a lot of fun, because there's a lot of like, when you play on survival mode in Skyrim, I mean, most of the reason why why I like survival mode is just for the fast travel, or because it disables fast travel. And the cool thing about that is it makes it a little bit less, because like when you play Skyrim normally, I feel like half the time you're kind of running around, like, just doing things as you want to do them, right? You know, like, I'm gonna go join this guild to get this item, and then I'm gonna go join this guild to get this item. But when you're playing without fast travel, it forces you to be a little bit more, you have to plan out things a little bit more with your trips, because it takes a while to get anywhere. And so if you're gonna do something in a town, you're gonna want to kind of do, you want to get the most out of your trips. But there's also things like, what, there's also things that money making becomes a little bit different when you're when you don't have fast travel, because like one of the things you can do And like also because like in survival mode you have to like eat and sleep and all that. And so you can't just like wait to replenish shopkeepers' inventories. But it makes it a little bit more difficult to go around and like do some of the more money making things. Although I've been kind of debating. There's a thing that was added in by uh the anniversary edition. Added in um a new like house you could get essentially. It's called like Golden Hills Plantation or something like that. And honestly, the community agrees this player home is like absolutely busted. It is one of the most broken things in the game as far as making money goes, because the whole thing with it is that it's a farm and you can plant crops there and grow them, which is like, it's not just crops though. You can plant all the alchemical ingredients, right? And that's where you start getting into the kind of broken part of this DLC thing, because with the alchemy ingredients, of course, you can make potions, and certain potions are ridiculously expensive, especially for like the cost of ingredients. But also, if you're just like generating the ingredients anyways, even more so, because like you can easily make like potions of paralysis, which I think are like the most expensive potions you can make. It's either them or like there might be one other, but I think paralysis potions are definitely the best. They're also like, really good for just having around, because it turns out if you just poison everybody that you come across, like if you just paralyze everyone you find, like they can't really do anything about that. Uh so it does kind of trivialize a few things, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to have that like be a part of the run and everything, or if I want to just kind of skip out on the Golden Hills Plantation and just do it more of like a more natural way of playing through the game. Because like, you know, 10 years ago you didn't have this Golden Hills Plantation, and so it wasn't, it was balanced a little bit better in the past, I feel, before Golden Hills Plantation was added. Like the money was balanced a little bit better. You gained money at a more steady pace, because like the thing with Golden Hills Plantation is that it's not even just the potions that you can make. The plantation itself also just like passively generates money, and it generates money very quickly. Like you can leave Golden Hills Plantation for like a week, and you come back and it's generated like 10k gold or something stupid. It really does make a lot of money in that game. Yep, emerald. So I don't know if it's something that's a little bit too overpowered for, because like the thing is, like with this playthrough of Skyrim, is like I've played the game quite a bit. There's not a huge amount of stuff that I have left to like experience in Skyrim. So like I kind of like the idea of any of my viewers that haven't played Skyrim in the past to get the chance to experience Skyrim as it's kind of quote unquote meant to be experienced. I think it's one of those things where Skyrim is a game where if you know a lot about it, you can very quickly like end up optimizing the fun out of the game. But like also sometimes like the depth of knowledge required to do certain things in Skyrim is also very interesting. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like certain things become less fun when you know more about the game, but then other things become more fun. Green sapphire. But I do have a couple things planned already, especially for the start of the game. Because I've played the start of the game so many times. So what I'm probably going to do is like show everybody how to do it, like how you would play the game the first time you're playing, right? Like, whoa, listen to this guy talk and the things he says. And then I was thinking of going through that and getting through like the first part of the intro and then showing, okay, and here's what happens if you played the game a million times, and show how you just like sprint through everything. I don't even know like all the glitches in the game though, to be fair. There are definitely like other things you can do where it's just straight up like it's much less intended gameplay than even what I do half the time. I just think it's neat. Okay, Wolframite. Okay. Let's go find some nickel. Oh, but man, one of the things, I don't know if I mentioned this. I feel like I did mention this. Um, but one of the reasons why I'm kind of really excited to play Skyrim for stream is because I had to get it for my account that I use for stream. Since I'm doing it on a new account, it means I can go for all the achievements again. And that's a pretty fun thing to do. Getting all the achievements in Skyrim. There's definitely a few that are less fun to get, but there's a lot of ones that are really fun to get. And it's a nice goal. It gives it an end cap for the playthrough as well, kind of. Especially because one of the achievements is, and the last time I got all the achievements, obviously I didn't do it in like survival mode or even on legendary. I think I was playing on like novice because I was just wanting to get the achievements. I wasn't wanting to like do anything more than just getting them. But there's some interesting things that change if you're playing specifically on survival mode, because let's see. One of the achievements, the hardest one in the game to get, I would say, is an achievement for killing a legendary dragon. Now, the legendary dragon themselves isn't that difficult to get, right? Or that difficult to kill. So, once you can get to the legendary dragons, it's not that big of a deal. The issue is legendary dragons don't spawn until you're like a ridiculously high level. Like we're talking, I think it's like 70-ish where legendary dragons start spawning. Here we go. Here's our nickel. Here's our nickel vein. One over. A lot of cobalt. Not a whole lot of nickel, actually. Actually, we'll probably go over here. Definitely has more nickel for our buck. Bang for our nickel buck. Nickelback. Look at this photograph. You know, and hit sensation Nickelback. Okay, somewhere around here-ish, I think. I'm gonna like dig a little. Okay, this didn't turn out the way I was hoping. Okay, hold on, hold on. This one right around here, and right around here is where we shall place our miner. And then we can start building the roof. I know I have a workbench over here. And I'll just take this, we'll make a couple of these. I think like 3 is good. And we'll make these. Okay, 2. 2. Oops, that's not right. Actually, this one isn't right. From here? 1, 2, 1, 2. Actually, I think this one should come back. 1. Look at this photograph. Okay. Damn. Need more. Quite a few more, actually. Let's just try to that. You need my extra my chest. Damn. Okay. And then we place. Actually, this miner should probably be oriented different, shouldn't it? No, not like that. Okay, and then 2 batteries. And there it goes. Then we can even see the pipe. Ooh, pipe. Whoa. Oh, whoa, rich Garnerite. Cobalt! That's gonna hurt us. Oh. Yeah, I think we wait here for a little bit. Maybe go exploring. I think we go exploring for a little bit while we wait for the chests to fill up. Maybe I eat some more of these mashed potatoes I got next to me. Yum yum. Mashed potatoes. Delicious. What is this? Pentalantite. If we could find horses while we're here. I know there's a horse around here somewhere. I think we're gonna kind of just like find a lot of the stuff we normally find though. I don't know what other metals we could really find at this point. I guess we don't have a source of quartz on the mainland either, do we? Whoa, double rainbow! I think that's literally just because I have 2 separate mods that add in rainbows after it rains. Hematite. Bap. 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 Ow, owie, owie. More pineapples? I have enough pineapples. Ooh, what's this? Oil sands. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about with this, the mainland having so many oil sands on it. Oh, jeez, that's a lot. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's been a lot of indicator ores for oil sands on this island that I've been, or on the mainland that I've been finding. Not too surprising that it's all over the place. They're absolutely massive deposits of oil sands. Is this normal? Oil sands are supposed to spawn in such dense clusters? And it's mostly because there's two right next to each other, but like, man, the individual nodes themselves are massive. Look at these cute little pink flowers. It's wild onions. There's that aluminum I was talking about us having. Ah. Oh, I never did load that chunk though, so it might not actually be running while I'm out exploring now that I think about it. It's getting nighttime anyways. Let's go back. Back to our little miner. Look at these trees. Oh, I think that was last of my milk. I might as well refill my canteen while we're here. Oh yeah, cobalt. Didn't we needed cobalt for a few things, didn't we? I'll probably take that stuff with us home too. With us home with us. So I know we needed cobalt for something. Wasn't it the cutter that needed cobalt for some reason? Yeah. It specifically needs cobalt brass for the gear. And cobalt brass is just... do I need an alloy blast smelter for that? Uh-oh. Actually, is there another way? Surely. No, that might actually be the only way to get it, is it? Unless I can make a blend. Cobalt brass blend. The dust. Okay, yeah, we can make we can use a mixer. Yeah, okay. Well, that solves that problem. But I do need a little bit of the cobalt. Not that much, though. I think this cobalt light can give us cobalt light. Height. Yeah, we could get cobalt dust this way, too. Pretty easily. I think we actually have some cobalt dust at home. Whoa. Batteries. How much nickel do we need? We need a lot of nickel. We need like what? 246, 250, 256 ingots of nickel to make the whole thing for the blast furnace. I really wouldn't want to have to come back out here, but once the batteries run out, we don't have much of a choice but to leave. We didn't bring anything else to make power. Okay. I should probably find a couple things to do. But what? What could we do while we're waiting on this? Because I think I'm just going to wait for the batteries to drain. And then, like, I'll probably take this whole apparatus back with me, aside from the chests, just because it's not going to be doing anything out here. I think we're just going to kind of hope that it gets enough. You know what? I might as well just go down and mine some by hand while I'm here too, right? I'm just waiting around, so might as well. But then I have to take the supports. I do have supports, though. Well, running out of legitimate complaints. The only issue is the cobalt light that's down there that will poison me if I pick it up. Whee. I guess we just... Oops. That's right. Yeah, if I'm facing... that way's not even in the direction of more of it. I think, like, this one is the one where we have our... Yeah, I think this one's the one where we have our stuff. Okay, let's just start mining in this direction, I guess. Let's just... That was nickel. Your nickel, that's right. Alright, this is the annoying part. Getting all this stuff in my inventory. Some of this stuff should have gotten left behind, to be fair. I didn't really empty my inventory for this one. I just kind of went with it. Ooh, hello. Water down here. You know what that means? Because, I don't... I guess it means we can maybe mine up a little bit more stuff. Because I can scrape some stuff off of the floor. It's just kind of hard to make sure we don't don't suffocate. It'd be nice once we get a diving helmet. That's honestly one of the things I want the most out of the medium voltage age. Oh, come on. Owie. Whoa. A while since we've been mining. Which honestly, I really like. I don't like... I know this is Minecraft and like half of it is mining, but I really don't like mining. I'm much more here for the craft part of Minecraft than I am the mining part. Oh yeah, we're gonna get quite a bit of nickel. Hopefully we have enough to fulfill our needs, but I don't know. I've learned that it's never enough. Oh, oh yeah, because you get what do you call it? You get a 2 at that point. Whoosh. We do this so I don't have to mine eventually. That's why we have technology. That's why people invented technology, so they didn't have to mine by hand anymore. That's the only reason. There was nothing else. Nothing else has been ever invented. Everything is just mining technology and farming. I feel like farming's also a pretty good one. Right? See, I like it when technology makes things easier for everyone involved. That's my favorite part about technology. How's it going here? Still have plenty of stuff. Plenty of energy. Like a third left or so. Alright, let's take this stuff, this stuff. I'm still gonna wait a little bit on the... I'm gonna wait on those batteries to run dry. But this is a good start. This might get us the amount we need. Because, let's see. This stuff is better in the crushing wheel. Yeah. And this will get us quite a bit. And then what's the ore diagram for this? It bears iron and more nickel. Actually, the amount that we get from this run might be enough. Might. It's a very, very maybe on that. I think we can do it. What did Prospector say? Yeah, I forgot that Garnerite... Garnierite also bared nickel. So, like, these areas do have, like, it is mostly nickel. But then the nickel... How does this stuff get processed? Yeah, okay. Use or recipe. So this produces cobalt and platinum and iron. So aside from this just giving us more nickel, like outright, it's kind of better. Yeah. Wow, this song again? I mean, but this stuff also gives nickel dust at a pretty high percentage too, right? Like, it has a 33% chance to give us a piece of iron dust while it's getting washed. And then once it goes through the centrifuge, it's another third of a chance to get us uh, a full pile of nickel dust. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What about cobalt? Does this give more of this stuff? Okay. It doesn't really give us anything interesting. What about the other stuff we get down here? I can't... Okay. Oh, there we go. Iron dust, sulfur dust. Definitely worth bringing back, though. For the sulfur alone, I think. Although we have sulfur on, like, deposits on the island. I don't know why I keep... I'm still stuck in that phase where sulfur was, like, super difficult to get. I have these rocks on me. Why did I drop a bunch of frames suddenly? Okay, well... Okay. Waiting. Waiting. 7 attack damage. Also 7 attack damage. What do we have? What does the best... What does some good damage? Damage. Damage. I could probably just sword. I don't need... Actually, do I even need the damage part? Kind of. Actually, kind of. Damage. This counts as a sword. Oh, usable as sword. I guess that makes sense. That's a lot of damage. Why do aluminum swords do so much damage? I guess it's because of, like, the tiering, right? Titanium sword. It does more than a titanium sword. Oh, that seems excessive. This seems a little excessive. Okay. What? No, it was this one. This has got to be an end game thing, though, right? Like, this feels like something that is, like, absolute end game material. How do I make... yeah, you make it in a fusion reactor. Can you even make this in this mod pack? ZPM? We don't even... Oh, wait, we do. Yeah, so I guess one of these days we're gonna get one of these swords. The Sword of 1,000 Truths that can just annihilate anything with a single swipe, I guess. And it's magnetic. Why not? Can't be repaired, though, it looks like. Does it even have durability? It doesn't even have durability! Alright, so that's cool. That'll be a fun sword to get. I don't know what we would use it on. This thing's pretty insane, too. How do I make you? How do I make you? Fusion reactor as well? Yeah, understandable. And then we have a bronze sword. Diamond sword. Actually, I didn't realize we could actually make diamond swords. And diamond's kind of useless to us in most cases, isn't it? Oh, I need a laser engraver, though. But that's not that bad, actually. We're gonna need a laser engraver eventually anyways. That's actually a nice sword. Invar sword. Still not as much as the diamond sword. but it comes with Bane of Arthropods 3. There are some specific things in this pack. Stainless steel sword. Whatever this is. Vacuum freezer. Oh no. Ooh. Nickel, chromium, cobalt, and molybdenum. High voltage thing. Wrought iron, which is what we have. I think. Carbide, black steel. Wow, really? Oh, black steel. I thought it was like black bronze for a second. This one comes with looting 3. I'm not sure. We haven't gotten to those in the list yet. How do I make Damascus steel? Damascus steel blend. Okay. I'm just kind of looking into some of these. Getting like a Damascus steel knife would actually probably be a pretty good idea. If it's got looting. Well, okay, I don't slaughter animals half the time, so it doesn't really matter. But like making Damascus steel would probably be a good idea to have for a knife that you use, or like a sword or a knife for slaughtering animals. Alright, I have no idea how to make this, though. Tungsten. Tungsten's a pretty good one. Tungsten steel. Cobalt brass. Vanadium. That one's a while. Red steel's 11 attack damage. Blue steel's also 11 attack damage. Honestly, the diamond sword's still really good. Diamond sword is 12 attack damage. Yeah, both red. Ah! Okay. Hello. Alright. Well. That was an elaborate assassination attempt, if I've ever seen one. Okay, we're almost done with the miner. Anyways. What's that? Attack speed? Attack speed. Yeah, I don't know. Red and blue steel are good. The diamond sword technically has more damage than the red and blue steel, but they both have more durability, especially in the case of the red steel sword. If you're going for durability, but then again, like the sword gets used so rarely that it's really not that. You don't really need that much. Oh, our sword is currently faster. They all have the same attack speed and range, so there's nothing there. No, I'd make the argument that the diamond sword's probably better than the red steel and blue steel swords. The little bit of extra damage, and the fact that diamond just... I'm sure diamond gets used a lot more later on, but it just doesn't... It's just, not really used much early on. You just need a laser engraver for it, is the only issue. But it's kind of down to personal preferences at that point. I could also see the argument of just not wanting to deal with it. Go. I have 2 inventory spaces, which is gonna be enough to pick up these 2 things. Okay, good. Alright, got both of them. All right, let's head home. I think we're done here. I think we've done enough. Just looking at swords. You know, I'll be real with you. I really liked the javelins. I miss the javelins. I kind of prefer them as weapons, but I also think they just don't really do a whole lot of damage comparatively. Like if we look up javelin jav. Oh, also we can't even make them out of most things. But like red steel javelin and blue steel javelin still deal more damage when thrown, but it's only when thrown is the big issue. Like, they deal more damage than the sword counterparts, but only if you throw them. If you're using them just for normal attacks, not a whole lot of damage. Like, a red steel one deals, like, just one more attack damage than our sword. But I like the javelins, especially with the Better Combat mod installed. I felt like the javelins were a lot more fun. Ooh, there's a horse! Hi there, buddy. What kind of horse are you? A mare? That's nice. Can I... What happens if I just bring you with me? Can I drag you across the ocean? Is that allowed? Will you be sad if I drag you across the ocean? It's not that far. I don't think this horse likes me. It keeps trying to run away. I don't think the horse likes me, guys. I'm gonna go check this chest. I don't remember if we got everything that we needed from here. Okay, yeah, we did. just a bunch of kind of useless stuff. Ah, it was a good horsey. Yeah, because there's frogs here. You can hear them in the ambiance. I can't horse and kayak at the same time. No. What if I want to bring you with me? Come with me into the kayak. Okay, we can't kayak and horse at the same time, which, you know, fair. But I am gonna tie this guy up. Alright. I'll come back for you. Eventually. Actually, maybe we do go back for that horse soon. Sooner rather than later. I kind of want the horse. Can we put a horse in a rowboat? I don't think we can put a horse in a rowboat. How am I gonna transport the horse? Do we have to build it? Do we have to build another sloop? God. Listen, I'll promise we can build another sloop after we can build another sloop after the electric blast furnace. Honestly, I'll be real with you. The sloop doesn't even cost that much as far as like steel goes. It's only like what, 16 pieces of steel, which like really isn't that much steel when you think about it. But I don't know. We'll have to name this one something different. We can't name it the sunk cost. We still got to find that ship wherever it drifted out to, or if it just poofed out of existence. I really don't know what happened to that stupid thing. We could take the sloop out to go find the ship wreckage, the wreckage of the first one, right? I think that would be a fun thing to do for part of a stream. Is we can build a second sloop and we can travel and see if we can find out what happened to the first one. Since those chunks don't get loaded, couldn't have drifted too far, right? I'm thinking what happened to that ship was just that, like, something must have bugged out on it, and it didn't get like properly anchored, even though I did drop the anchor. We'll just have to, in the future with those ships, we'll have to make sure that we confirm that it's not moving. Apparently, it's not enough just to drop the anchor. Ooh, floating rocks. Okay. I do like the way the oceans look with the complimentary pack, though. This does look really cool. Oh, God. You know what's another game we could play on stream? Valheim. Once that update comes out, once Valheim gets, like, fully released, maybe we do Valheim. Valheim would be so much fun. Oh, wait. I'm on the wrong side. Ow. Stupid jellyfish. Jumping out of the water to hit me. Dude, jellyfish are kind of crazy creatures, aren't they? When you think about it. Like, here's this guy with, like, no real brain or anything. It just kind of vibes in the ocean for most of the time. I know, like, I don't know. We keep finding out, like, more and more things have, like, higher levels of sentience than we once imagined. I wonder how true that holds up for jellyfish. I feel like jellyfish are one of those things that... God, do those things even have a nervous system? Can jellyfish feel pain? Anyone know? Somebody look this up. Somebody go get some jellyfish and find out. This is what I want to know. I need to know. I need to know if jellyfish can, like, if they're sentient. Can you imagine if jellyfish were sentient? That's pretty messed up. What about sponges? Surely sponges aren't. Or coral? Coral's probably not. I don't know, man. You know, because, like, the real definition of, like, sentience is just, like, it kind of just boils down to, like, being aware of your surroundings and, like, being able to react and, like, make decisions based on stuff like that. Like, are trees sentient? we found out a lot of things about trees. Trees, you know, trees can talk to each other. They communicate using, like, pheromones. Like, they secrete chemicals that are carried by the air. And then that's how the trees kind of, like, talk to each other. Alright, I might have to move some of this magnetite out. Okay, let's put this cobalt down here. Yeah. They do, kinda. And I mean, that's, like, the main thing. It's kind of crazy, because, like, they found that with, like, plants in, like, the savannah. They found have, like, these reactions where when they get cut or when they get hurt, they secrete those certain pheromones. And it's kind of like a way to, like, tell other plants, like, hey, there's some guy eating me, which is really, really, it's kind of messed up. But it, like, helps it helps the plants because then they can, like, activate their defense systems. Huh. I mean, that would make sense. Probably? Like, I feel like the secretion of those the secretion of those chemicals probably has like an energy cost, right? So like if the tree's going to be spending energy, or like the plant is going to be spending energy like signaling, then that's less energy for the bees to slurp up. Right? Alright, we need to do something about all this stuff back here. Okay. Process the nickel. Where'd I put it? Here. We'll do this nickel to start with. But anyways, yeah. I don't know. Life finds a way, I guess. Life finds finds a way to scream. I do worry about, because I've grown a couple of plants. I felt sad having to harvest the plant because like you have to, the plant I grew. I mean it was at the end of its life. Well, maybe not life cycle. I mean I'm sure it could have gone and lived a long and healthy life, doing other things, just not producing the produce that I wanted. I felt bad cutting it down. But you know that's it's just the way the news goes. It's fine. I understand. Yeah, produce me some stuff. You know what? Actually, I'm probably gonna put this. I should probably put this battery buffer like on the this line here. That sounds like a lot of work though. I think I'd rather just sit here and watch it. All right, let's start coming up with let's start doing things for this thing. I guess we just have to start with the first part, right? Uh Steel plate, wrought iron plate, bricks, bricks on bricks. In Navarre, brick. Who loves bricks? Anyone like bricks? I don't think that's anything. You don't have to respond to that one though. Okay, 10 cables, cable. Cables. One brick. There's this one video that's been getting passed around on Tumblr recently. Passed around. I mean, I've seen it a couple times recently. But it's just like it's this wizard, dressed up like your very stereotypical like King Arthur, Merlin wizard. And he just go with the long beard and the blue hat with the stars on it and everything. And he just goes, "Wizard brick!" And he just lobs a brick at an orc. Okay, we need to make more steel. There's this one video that there's this other video that gets passed around a lot that's really funny. It's like like your stereotypical evil wizard looking guy, right? And your stereotypical gnome looking man who's also a wizard. And I don't know the context for this movie because it was from a movie. But like the one wizard's like they're like brothers or something, or at least were raised by the same person. I don't know if they're like blood related or not, but they're brothers. And the one wizard is like talking about how I'm evil now and I'm going to take over the world and everything. And the little gnome wizard guy is like, "Oh well, you always were kind of a jerk, but you know what? You should have stuck around cuz you didn't you did." And he's like rolling up his sleeves the entire time this is happening, and he's like, it's a shame that you left so early because you didn't learn Mother's final lesson." And he just pulls out a gun and shoots him. God, I love it when I love media where wizards like where they use stuff that like isn't in the standard wizard skill set, but it's even more effective. And it's so funny too, because like you gotta imagine, like, yeah, you can cast fireball and that's cool, but like you could also wield a gun. Like, okay, think about it this way. Okay, you have monks, right? In Dungeons and Dragons, you have monks. And like monks, they're really good at like punching and stuff. But wouldn't they be more effective if the monk was just like dual wielding pistols? Like I think that would be I think this is a valuable form of martial arts is shooting people. But like man. I also speaking of monks and guns, I've had one of the things that I always so you know how like you know how monks have the deflect missiles skill in D&D? Um if there's ever a time where I'm talking with another DM and they mention like adding guns to their setting, I one of the things I tend to bring up is the monk's deflect missiles ability. And every time, most of the time, 50-50, that the DM in question that I am questioning will say it will be something along the lines of like, "Oh, I don't think monks should be able to deflect bullets because that's just not very realistic." And I'm just like, "My dude, you have guys in this setting who can shoot fire out of their fingertips and like and like summon demons and stuff. And you're telling me that the monk can't deflect a bullet. Like that's where you're going to draw the line of realism, is that the monks can't deflect bullets. Like come on. The dude's got ki. He's just a Dragon Ball Z character and those guys can deflect bullets. So like why can't my monk deflect bullets? This is bull. I'm not saying this just because I've had that happen to me before where a DM said that I couldn't deflect bullets as a monk. Okay. But like I think monks should be allowed to deflect bullets. If the wizard can throw a fireball, my monk can deflect a bullet. In fact, I would go a step further and say that if my monk can manage to reduce the damage by enough, I think that monk should be allowed to throw the bullet back at that person. Ooh, you're full up, aren't you? What can I do with this sticky resin? I guess I could just turn it all into glue, right? It is only fair. It's so annoying that like people really want to people really want to use realism when it comes to monks only. I mean, I guess fighters probably also get this a little bit, but like fighters don't have as many like outright magical stuff going on for them. So like it probably doesn't come up that often, but it's really annoying that people want to be specifically realistic when it comes to like the martial classes. It's like, oh, but monk can't deflect bullet because that's not realistic. And it's like, okay, I cast I cast infinite Tsukiyomi. But that's fine. I'm allowed to do that. Because there are wizard spells that do that. It's a double standard. It's a double standard. Okay? Just because I don't explicitly have magic doesn't mean... It's really crazy, too, because, like, I would argue that monks do explicitly just have magic. Like, there's no way else to explain half of the stupid stuff they do aside from monks are just magic. This is the wizard industrial complex, the magiarchy. I'm sure there is a word for a society ruled by magic. Somebody has to have come up with that. In fact, isn't that the plot of several animes? Well, what about Madoka Magica? Is that do they? Is there a magical hierarchy in Madoka Magica? I've never watched it. Yeah. No, I mean it kind of makes sense. Like if you have a system by which people can cast magic, the people who cast magic are probably gonna be ruled by nightmares and demons. Okay, I'm down with that. Isn't that how do the lesbians fit into this? Where are they on the hierarchy? I feel like in a world where magical girls exist, they would be pretty high. Dude, speaking of magical girls, I had a build for D&D that was basically a magical girl build. It was like a fighter warlock cross class where these are taking longer to grow than I thought they would. It was like it was a fighter warlock cross class, and ooh yeah, no oh dude, something with the shader pack must have changed the way that the planets look because I don't remember Mars looking like that. Where are the other planets? Oh my god. Okay, this is the best shader pack now. It actually colors the planets. There's no way you'd be able to see Saturn like that, though. And we're just gonna ignore the ominous light in the sky. Alright, I don't know where any of the other planets are. Anyways, yeah, so the whole shtick was like I just used a lot of like physical, like I spent a lot of my time stabbing people. Oh, but I mostly used a shield. I had like I had some kind of feat where you can like throw the shield. And I think I had a special magical item because it was kind of late into the campaign, so I got to pick a magical item. And I was like, I just want a shield, a returning shield. And so I was also kind of Captain America if he was a magical girl. Which he kind of is. But I had... I'm just gonna harvest all of this. I had my returning shield and everything, but the reason I had like Warlock, so that I could get like my actual magical powers, because I had like Celestial Soul, Warlock, or like the Celestial Patron, and I did my magical girl transformation because one of the Eldritch invocations, Mask of Many Fates, you can cast Disguise Self at will. So I would use that as my magical girl transformation. But I got bullied for playing that character, so I didn't get to play it for very long. It was pretty sad. But that group was a bunch of sexists anyways, so who cares about them? I know, right? I didn't even think about it, because like it's one of those things where it's hard to conceptualize as someone who socially is male. It's hard to conceptualize. I didn't think about it at the time, but like years later, I kind of thought about it. I was like, hey, wait a minute. These guys were just bullying me for showing any sort of femininity. Why? Why'd they do that? That's mean. Yeah, it really sucked. I've since come to realize that a lot of D&D groups like are deeply misogynistic. Okay. Potato. Rice? Rice. Can't say that. It can't do that either. The people will bully me for it. For, for the Little Mermaid. That's fine. That's good. No, I've been a part of several groups, and again, like I said, it's something I didn't notice until later on in life. How they were acting misogynistic. Because like those people well, me? No, I'm not misogynistic. No, I don't really talk to those people much anymore. Well, you know what the crazy thing is? That's actually kind of a lie. I have actually spoken to those people um since I moved away, cuz like some of those people are like in my my World of Warcraft guild. Oh. Yeah, no, Little Mermaid's a good one. Little Mermaid's definitely a good Disney movie. Um no, but I've hung out with those guys a couple times since I had played D&D with them, but it wasn't really until recently that I actually kind of thought about it and kind of figured out what was going on. Because like oh no. Oh, wait, your cooked rice. Yippee, freshly cooked rice. But the thing is, the thing that I'm gonna go feed this to the cow. But the thing that I realized, or the way that it kind of worked. Hold on, I gotta figure out how much of this do I need. Yeah, it's 10, so I can only do 10 at a time. But the thing I realized is that, what happens is these people will just like men act weird around femininity from what I've observed, because I've also observed in my time, I've also observed the way that D&D groups react around women in general, like, because obviously because here's the thing, and this is kind of how I realized it, because I was playing with this is actually remember Mark and Eve I told you guys about, those people. um this was with them that I kind of realized this, because we were playing D&D together, and the group treated, so Eve played with us. It was Mark, Eve, Alan, and there was another guy there who is fine. He's not really a cause for concern for anything, I guess. But like we were at the table, and I kind of realized like they treated Eve was there, and they treated Eve very differently, very dismissively. They also treated my partner very dismissively, which my partner, like, to most other people, or my partner, like, generally presents female, despite being, like, non-binary. But most people would just assume that they're female. So They treated my partner differently too, which I feel like is mean. Don't do that. That's mean. And I didn't realize until like it was playing at that table that I kind of realized like, hey, wait a minute. The way all these men treat women was the same way that I was treated when I played a feminine character that one time. Which was like the only time I played a feminine character in. Well, actually, no, that's not true. There were a couple other times, but that was actually I think there was like one other time, but that was like a one-off essentially, so it didn't really matter as much. Which is definitely some like advanced level misogyny if you're treating anybody who displays like an ounce of femininity as female. Is wild. But like they're always really dismissive, is what I observed. It's not like outright hostility, but like it's very much this attitude of just like, why are you talking? It's the patriarchy. Listen, I knew how the patriarchy affects men, but I hadn't really experienced the patriarchy from the lens of femininity. Because the patriarchy affects men very differently than it affects women. Let's see, vegetables? Yeah, vegetable. Ba-ba-ba. But it's interesting that that's even something you can... It's interesting that it runs that deep, you know? I don't think I'd ever fully expected it to run so deep that, like, men just act that way regardless. Like, it's such a weird thing for people to do. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. That was probably like my first real experiences with like misogyny specifically. Because like I had already deconstructed how because like even it's crazy too, because even I've had men be like I've experienced that thing that men experience where, you know, the patriarchy like forces you into a box where you can't do things that are too feminine. But like the patriarchy tends to treat feminine presenting men, or like not presenting, but like feminine traits in men, it still treats it differently than it treats women. I think the reason why it came across in D&D specifically is because, like, since you're doing a lot of role playing, they ignore... Well, it's weird. It's weird because, like, you would think they would ignore the gender of the person who is playing, but, like, if it's a woman, it doesn't matter. But if it's, like, a man... I mean, it also may have been because these were two different groups, so maybe, like, one group was just better at role-playing than the other. But, like... They, I think that's, like, the main thing is, like, it was different because we were doing, like, role-playing, and so... that kind of misogyny kind of came through a little bit better. But it's definitely different than what you experience as a man who is just engaging in feminine activity. Potato. Because the way that they treat from my observations, the way that men treat men displaying feminine traits tends to be much more homophobic than misogynistic. They're much more worried about that than, you know, misogyny, I guess. Yes, watching the pot of stew. Stew. Give me the stew. Delicious stew. I do think it's interesting though, because I think it's pretty difficult for men to truly experience like misogyny. I wouldn't even say that like my experiences obviously aren't like um aren't like super representative of the female experience. It's just a small taste of what it's like. Alright, I'm just gonna put this in here for now. I gotta find something to do with all this sticky resin. Maybe I just start voiding this too. Might actually be a good idea. I could do that pretty easily. We can always start storing it later once we get to that. Yeah. What do I do with this stone dust? Medium voltage centrifuge. Man, there's a lot of good stuff that comes out of this. Metal mixture. Good stuff. But that you can't centrifuge the metal mixer until EV. That's cringe. Alright, give me my nickel. Actually, I gotta keep making my other stuff. I gotta we're getting too distracted. Oh, right. That's what I was doing. I was making steel. I only need the one extra ingot for the start, though. Wonder how much steel we're going to need for the total overall. Maybe I should make another batch of steel anyways. Probably a good idea. Actually, what do we need for the blast furnace? Do these maintenance hatches, do these use, how much steel do these use? I bet these use a lot. Do not obstruct the output. Okay. Okay, yeah, these are going to use a lot more steel, so I might as well just do another batch of steel. Oh, there's Mars. What is that? Is that the moon? Is that what the moon looks like now with this shader pack? Okay, hold on. I gotta change a mod setting then. I guess part of the reason I had to turn down the moon a lot. But I guess it was specifically because of my shader pack. Gods, what was it? No, was it? I think it was the other. Yeah. Hold on, there's another mod, another add-on. It's probably in this. Yeah, see, I had to turn the moon scale down to put to a quarter because it was just too big. Save back. Yay! The moon. She has returned to us. Bless. Bless. Okay, anyways. Can I do this in a millstone? Can I grind this up? Can I turn you into flukes? It's crazy that you can do it in the corn, but not the mill. Can I? I feel like that's a bit of an oversight. Yeah, no. Maybe somebody will add a recipe for that eventually. Yeah, flux. Anyways, did I ever tell you about that story with when when we were playing D&D? So Mark and Eve were playing together, and their characters, the two characters themselves, weren't like in a relationship or anything. But every time Eve's character tried to like flirt with Mark's character, Mark was just like, "Ew, gross. Why would I? why would why would I? I don't want that." So that was fun. I have a lot of fun stories from D&D. He kind of was. He kind of was. Uh, it's just, that poor girl. Yeah, no, I think, I don't remember what we had in that, because I think they changed. Yeah. No, they're actually married, though, so she really is nothing more than his wife. God, what a... You know what? Okay, dude, okay. Listen. I didn't mention because okay, so we kind of stopped hanging out with this group early-ish or sometime around like last year-ish, partway through. It's because I quit my job. Which is why I'm able to bring you guys hours and hours of entertainment. for no pay. Um, but I quit my job where I was working with them, and we just kind of stopped hanging out with them because honestly, I'll be real with you, they kind of suck anyways. That whole group. I mean, I liked Eve and the third guy that I haven't given a nickname yet. He was kind of cool, but he also fell into some like it was just it's always just weird hanging out with guys a lot because like they always say things that are like just did you guys not like think about anything? You guys just not like think about what you're saying? Like think, Mark, think. It's the because of the patriarchy and capitalism. That's why you're suffering. But no, I'm crazy. I'm the crazy one. Anyways, so I need more iron. uh, so so we stopped hanging out with that group kind of, and my partner still kind of keeps up with Eve every once in a while. It's crazy because my partner keeps wanting to like hang out with Eve and like continuously tries to invite Eve out to like, go hang out. But like Eve keeps turning them down. And right. Um so like Eve keeps turning my partner down for like hanging out, and partially it is because Eve is very busy. She does a lot of um she does a lot of she's in school right now for her masters. That's part of the reason. Hey, Avery. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be on for another like 2 hours actually. That's been going kind of slow today, I think, because we've been mostly waiting on machines to do things. I guess Avery can't hear me, so um but like yeah, so like Eve keeps turning down my partner for like hanging out because they're busy and whatnot. We also have like other we have some other ideas on why Eve might be so consistent about turning, because like mind you, Eve doesn't have friends. Ooh, cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. We're still working on making the electric blast furnace, so although I don't know if Avery can hear me yet because they said they're charging their headphones. But so Eve, like Eve is such a poor little meow meow, poor child, poor sweet summer child. Um, ooh, I don't know enough about that mod pack to really speak on a lot of that stuff, but it sounds interesting. So, but poor Eve doesn't have any friends, unfortunately. Uh, and I don't know if it's for lack of trying or not. I think I okay, I don't have proof on any of this. I do think it's partially because of her husband. I think it has something to do. I don't think it's anything intentional though. I don't think he's like intentionally malicious. Um oh yeah, thermal expansion, the magmatic dynamo is a really good one from that. But no. But anyways, so at one point my partner messages Eve trying to be all like, "Hey, you want to go hang out or so?" Or actually, you know what? I forgot this story's a lot funnier. So what happened was one day, mind you, like I said, Eve is constantly turning down hangout stuff and is constantly like um is constantly like ignoring my partner for like hanging out and everything. Hey, Pero, how's it going? We're doing pretty good. I'm working on processing all the stuff that yeah, all the stuff for the electric blast furnace. So we're working on that right now. Delicious sky water from the roof. So I'm thinking we're probably going to get the electric blast furnace probably tomorrow, which will be good. I think we've gathered most of the materials. It's kind of just processing at this point. I need more iron. Should make the bricks. Let's go make some bricks. Where are my bricks? Where are my bricks at? Wizard's brick. So anyways, then one day, Eve texts my partner out of the blue. Because they played Baldur's Gate together. They had a run going, and then they kind of stopped playing. And so like they hang out every like like once a year or so, I guess. But then all of a sudden, just completely out of the blue, no context given, no context, literally no context, because I don't think they even said anything after this text message. But like just completely out of the blue, Eve texts my partner she sent them a Carl Weezer cover of Pink Pony Club. Just completely random. 4 times 9 is 36. Yeah, this will work. And so my partner and I have still been trying to figure out what that was about. Because apparently Eve has gotten, like, is really into Chapel Roan. Which is, you know, who isn't? Like, why wouldn't you? Yeah, that's kind of what we're thinking. What is that, Pero? Are you gonna tell me to eat the clay again? I can't eat bricks. I haven't figured out that technology yet. Hi, kitty. I got a kitty on me now, so we're gonna chill. Who's a good little kitty? Dangerous little kitty. Okay, once I make all of these bricks. Hi, kitty kitty. Huh. That is pretty random. Was there a reason? Was there a reason why they did that, or did they just do it for fun? Ow. Ow, you're stepping on me. Okay, I'll give you attention, little baby. Oh, that's why you're out of power. We need more amps over here. There we go. Oh, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. They were doing a lot of efforts to conserve metal, especially back then. That's funny. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the logistics of bread making, so I don't know how much that factors in. I know we had like a pretty crazy industrial war machine for World War II, which is probably why we still have a pretty crazy industrial war machine even today. But yeah, they really did do a lot of the logistics of World War II are actually kind of interesting. Specifically from like the American side, we did a lot of crazy stuff. That sounds about right. Now it was kind of crazy. It was really interesting some of the things that they did during World War II. It's kind of crazy that some of this stuff went away. But during World War II, we had the whole concept of victory gardens, which were just normal gardens, but they were helping the war effort. So they're victory gardens. Because, the war machine was like, hey, guys, you need to grow some food on your own so that we can have more food to send to the soldiers. Man, guys, this war is crazy. They're banning sliced bread. Ah, wow, it's so wild that the war, man, this is truly the indication that the war is wild. They got rid of sliced bread. What is the world coming to? I think it's coming to war. Dude, one of the fun things, I finished that game, Tactical Breach Wizards. One of the very interesting things, this doesn't get explained ever really. It's kind of like, I think they threw it in there as like a bit of extra, just a little bit of extra lore that they don't bother expanding on, which I think is really cool. I think it's fun when you have alternative kind of storylines that like they don't explain themselves because it's like, yeah, the people in the story wouldn't be explaining something that's like ubiquitous to all of them. But they keep talking about World War IV. So yeah, I guess that world had had 4 of them at that point. I pet the kitty. You know what's a really funny one? Because my cat, I've mentioned how this cat is kind of violent and very very much attacks everything that she can if she wants to. Uh, but you guys know that the TikTok meme that was around right before the whole ban thing happened, the whole uh no, I am evil kitty. That's how I feel about my cat all the time. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I think they floated the idea during the Korean War too. Because the plan was they were going to use cobalt bombs. They were going to literally salt the earth in between the two factions. Let's see. All right, we've got plenty of steel now. For now, temporarily. To Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Oh man. That's what the ore washer does. It's just a big Mr. Clean. Gotta jump on the plane, strap. I hadn't heard that story. I think the one I was thinking of was specifically for the Korean War. But I hadn't heard that story. That's funny. They 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 got up to some really weird and pretty dumb stuff during a lot of the wars. I mean, I guess the wars in general were pretty dumb to begin with. Not gonna lie. Dude, talking about like that, like, dude, the Korean War is a crazy one. The Korean War I always think is like the craziest one because like by the end of the war they just ended up back at like the exact same spot that they were before the start of the war. And it's like obviously, hindsight's 2020, but could you imagine like if they had any like ability. Ooh, Oh, it must be a full moon. We're getting an aura. Aura, aura, aura. Jojo. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, it's so pretty out here now. Look at that. Pretty full moon. Aurora. Aurora Borealis. Contained entirely in the tropics. Anyways. So, yeah. Do you hear about some of the crazy stuff? I'm sure you've probably heard this one. This stuff is, yeah. Yeah, I really like the Auroras from Complementary. That's, yeah. This is like definitely my favorite part of the shader pack. I love having it set up so that they, yeah. Well, it makes slightly more sense when you have it set to like wintry biomes or like only during the full moon in wintry biomes. But like I like it when you do it just the full moon. Although it does make wintry biomes a little crazy because then they have auroras every night. Did I lag? I'm sorry. I'll try to go find those frames for you. Oh no, Pharaoh. We're losing him. Someone send the medical ninja. Medical ninja. Oh, Naruto. What a wild anime. Really stretching the definition of ninja there, aren't you, Naruto? I know. I'm the world's greatest ninja in my bright orange jumpsuit. Oh, here he goes. He's dying. Gonna have to use that reanimation jutsu on him. He'll be fine. Oh 07. God, you know what? You know what's my favorite thing about Final Fantasy 14? I love the difference in like the culture for like the greetings and everything. My favorite, low key, my favorite greeting is the O and the slash for the like the wave atom one, because it's so much better. That's good. Where was I? What was I doing next? I have bricks now. Does anybody like bricks? Yeah, that one. That one's my favorite. That's my favorite greeting in MMOs. I even brought that over to World of Warcraft when I play. I use that to greet people because like I don't want to say anything to them. I just wave. I just say hi, wave, put my hand up. Hello. I am waving at you. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah. Where's my... Okay, hold on. Let me let the cat out. True. Why? Also, like, there aren't any words that quite express the fact that I'm just a silly little guy. Let me into your house. I'm just a guy. Uh. Do I want to do this? I don't think I do. I think I want to get rid of all this. I got that extra crate over here. It'll work. Should make a steel crate at some point. Now, I really like the culture on Final Fantasy 14. Oh yeah, dude. That's a good one too. I like the culture on Final Fantasy 14 a lot more. People are a lot nicer for the most part. Every once in a while you still get people who are kind of mean, but not nearly as much as like on World of Warcraft. Okay. Because it's one of those things where it's like moving so fast that you can't even see it moving. It looks like it's moving. Well, no, that is the right direction. Alright, this thing's almost done. Oh, look, there's Mars. And there's Saturn. I should make a spyglass. Oh, and there's... Is that Jupiter? God, oh my goodness. How do I make a spyglass? It's just a lens. Don't I have a lens? Sure, I have a lens. The moon's gonna go down before I finish, though. I swear I had a lens somewhere. Oh, tofu's done. Maybe I had one in one of these other ones. I need that brass mechanism anyways. Ah, yeah, I do have a lens. Do I have any... Oh, I do have a brass mechanism. And I know where there's some copper plates. Alright, we got ourselves a spyglass. Quest complete. Alright, but we can't... Wait! What is that? Is that Mercury? I think that's Mercury. And see, there's Saturn. And, something else. Maybe Pluto. Alright, but we're gonna check this out later. Later at night. We're gonna go stargazing, chat. We're gonna go look at the planets. It's gonna be real fun. I know, right? It's that Calum mod? Callum? I don't know exactly how. Celum? This mod. All it does, and this mod specifically gives it support for like TFC with its the calendar and everything. But yeah, this mod adds in all those celestial bodies and all the stars and whatnot. It's a really cool mod. It doesn't like do anything, but it's really cool. It does give me bad luck every once in a while, which I don't know what that means, but yeah, thanks. That clears it up. Okay. Logs. Log. Log. Oh no, it's full again. Give me that. You can have this, though. I think we're gonna have to just void a lot of that extra stuff, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we need to make more iron. We need more iron. It's always iron, isn't it? Or nickel, I guess. We've been... How long do these cocoa beans last? Oh, they're fine. Okay, let's stand out in the rain and listen to Tropical Luxury Beat. I guess we should make these circuits, shouldn't we? Oh, I can pound out more steel. I forgot I had done another batch of steel. Let's see. Okay. I really need the wrought iron plates. I need to do the tin alloy. Man, I need more iron. Wouldn't you imagine? I have 33 pieces of iron on me, though, so that's a good start. Actually, it's a pretty good start. What do you got? Iron? Iron. Yarr. Actually, I can turn this directly into wrought iron, can't I? Yeah, I can just turn this straight into wrought iron. I don't even have to melt it. Iron dust, at least. Sweet. We need 21 pieces? 21 guns, go! I'm not gonna eat the iron. I do need more iron in my diet. Actually, I don't know. I don't think that's actually true. I think I've got enough iron. I think it's fine. Iron's one of those metals. You can overdose on iron if you eat too much. Oh, what else do I need to make? I need to make, the tin alloy. Which I can just do with the iron dust I have. And tin dust. Oh, hold on. What do you guys think? Skyrim tomorrow? I'm thinking Skyrim tomorrow. I'm thinking Skyrim tomorrow if I can be bothered to set up the stream for Skyrim. Which, you know, given my track record, isn't a very good idea. Or isn't a good chance. But I think I'm gonna try. We'll try to do Skyrim tomorrow. That's currently the plan, is to play Skyrim tomorrow. The analytics don't lie. There's a slot open for me to play Skyrim. Do I have any more tin dust? Skyrim's just, it's one of those quintessential games, you know? It's, not really. I just need to make sure that everything runs properly, because I don't want to do a lot of debugging at the start of stream, which, since I haven't run it on this profile... I also am probably going to change my avatar to be something more Skyrim related. So that's really the only two things I need to do, so it's not going to be that much of a setup. So I can probably manage. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go find a picture of the... I think we're just gonna find a picture of the default Skyrim man, John Skyrim, and slap him in the corner over there. I wonder if anybody's ever done... I wonder if they've already done a transparent PNG of John Skyrim. Not milk this time, just water. Sorry. I know everybody's here for the milk drinking. Ah, that's what they say in Skyrim. They call you a milk drinker. Is that an insult? Is that an actual insult? Is that an insult? It sounds like it's not an actual insult. Calling someone a milk drinker. I feel like a lot of people in the land Skyrim is supposed to take place in probably also drink milk. Want some milky. Yum, 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 yum. Milk, milk, milk. Yeah, I gotta get that avatar set up. It's kind of the only thing. Okay, wrench. Wrench. Okay, we have all of that. You have my ingots done. Bender. I am Bender. My god, stop complaining. Okay, I'm gonna start moving stuff out of here too. How many plant balls? We're definitely gonna have to start voiding this stuff pretty soon. I think we have enough for now. I need the I just need the methane. I can see why people don't do this though. I can definitely see why people. It's just the production on the centrifuge is so low for the methane, but I'm gonna turn this into just making the benzene once we get into the medium voltage age. So do all of them. All of okay. Actually, was there a better way to make these? No. Okay, good. I didn't check beforehand. 6 pieces of steel. I need 6 pieces of Invar. Okay, we can make all of these. 3 high-pressure steam furnaces. Okay. Need rods, or 2 ingots into rods. Okay. We just need to make a couple more things. Circuits. Some slappy stuff, you know? Uh, wires, that's what they're called. Okay. Okay, it does do this first. Okay, we have those. I also need in there. Okay, let's see. I need 3 circuits. Do I have any circuits lying around? There might be some over here, actually. I forgot about this chest. No. No. I don't think there are any circuits in there. Like, well, okay, I'm gonna check just in case. You never know. You never know where I could have hidden stuff. Alright, there's none. Probably get rid of the chest that just holds a single iron ring and a single screw. I could probably move that chest somewhere to be more, a little bit better. Oh, you're gonna do that first? Okay. Because I gotta set you to a 4. Go, 1 frame. Okay. Heat-proof Invar metal casing. 2 of them. Now all we need to do is make our 3 circuits, which should be easy. We probably already have a good amount of resistors. Yeah. That should be enough, too. Yeah, more than enough. Vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes. Okay, am I out of drums? I think I kind of am. Except for the one that just carries water. Which I could probably... Well, that's okay. Get rid of the water. Okay. Red alloy. How much does it need per operation? 18. Which should be just enough to do 2 batches, which is more than what I need. But we're gonna do it anyways. No point in not making extra batches when we can use them. Glass tubes. Not in here. Oh, are we out of glass tubes? Did I put them somewhere? Aha! And my bolts. Have more food on me? I do have more food on me. Yay! I thought ahead for once. Okay. Those... Oh, man. I need more. One of the things, once we get the electric blast furnace, I'm making steel crates. That's what I'm going to spend a lot of my time doing. Steel crates. I feel like that's going to be a really fun, a really nice upgrade to all this stuff that we have. Steel crates. Oh wait, it's nighttime. I said we were going to go stargazing, but it's raining all day. We can't really get to see many of the stars. There's Saturn again and some other planet that's always trailing behind Saturn. Oh, you're right. There are aluminum crates, aren't there? That's an even better idea. I forgot we had aluminum crates. Yeah. Well, we could also make aluminum. We could also make aluminum barrel or drums too, right? Yeah, maybe make aluminum drums too. Yeah, we're gonna make so many things out of aluminum. Yeah. Once we get access to aluminum, we're making so many aluminum things. Aluminum drums, aluminum crates. Oh yeah, that's gonna go crazy. Yeah. I need to make a steel crate though for the quest at some point. We do need to steal a crate though, because if you look, this quest requires a steel crate. I'm very curious. Curious indeed. Curiouser and curiouser. I thought I told you. I did not. I didn't tell it anything. Yeah. I think, man, we could use a super chest too, couldn't we? What does it take to make super chests again? Ooh. Actually, yeah. Yeah, we can make that steel chest to make, or steel crate to make a super chest. Did the higher ones? Oh, it actually does use aluminum. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think we'll make that one steel chest and use it to make a super chest, and we can put it on the tree farm. The part that's producing methane or something. And it's like the only thing I can think of that we really need just that much of. Super tank. What? 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 No, this is a super tank. Super chest. Medic casing. For methane? No, I don't need the methane. I don't need to store the methane. I need to store the logs. 8 million logs? 8 million logs? One William dollars. Yeah, welcome Avery. Going, man. What was I making here? I think I need to make I need the glue. Give me your glue. Dear God, I don't worship none of those pagan idols. Yeah, it probably is. I'm not too familiar with the mod pack you're playing, but that's kind of just a thing in a lot of mod packs, I think. Anyone that has Enderium in it. In it? British. I'm just gonna take all of you and make you into foil. Oh my god. Yeah, I think a lot of times it's just very difficult to make. Foil? Foil. Foiled again. Alright guys, don't mention that the British still exist to Paro. He still thinks that we wiped him out in the Revolutionary War. I should probably check on the gas generator. Oh no, yeah, we did. The British don't exist anymore. There's no such thing as the Queen of England. Actually, that one's actually true now. We took out the monarchy and we freed everybody, and the world loves us now because we freed them from British rule. Yeah, famously, you know, the America overthrew Britain, and we also helped Canada and Australia free themselves. But we're thinking we need to take back Canada because I think they owe us for freeing them from the British. If there's a, those Canadians are a contentious bunch. You know, always complaining about how we keep wanting to annex them. True. I should definitely get chat on the screen for the Skyrim playthrough too. I could probably put it right underneath the follower goal thing. Come on, battery, charge faster. On. Something. Actually, what is my stuff doing back here? Are you done? You're done. Yay. Yippee. Yippee. This thing is hanging on by a thread with the methane production we have currently. We might need several more of those centrifuges. Yeah, true. We're bringing democracy to everyone, just like we did to the Middle East. Democracy. What, you guys hate democracy? A bunch of commies. Okay, you need to be pounding out more steel. God, I love MacArthur. He's my favorite. we stand the propaganda machine in this household. There's nothing more I love more than the military-industrial complex. Hoorah. No, it's just 4. 4 pieces of redstone. Ah, I used up all my copper. Can I use a copper plate for this? I have those lying around. I know I have more copper. Actually, I probably have some copper dust, don't I? Yeah, we get lots of byproducts. I'm really liking the amount of byproducts we get doing the ore processing. Ore processing. It's process, you see. Ore goes in, and more ore comes out. Don't ask. You can't explain that. I don't know if anybody gets that reference. It's a pretty old one. Alright, I mean, tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. Oh no. Yeah, it looks the same too, doesn't it? I think I remember playing a mod pack that had that in it, and the sand and the dust looks pretty similar. Ooh, I got a text message. Oh no. My partner sent me a message that says, I need to rant about passive income schemes when I get home. I'm gonna send them... I'm gonna send them the side-eye emoji. Okay, I can get my electric blast furnace now. Side-eye emoji? What does that even call it? It's not like a side-eye. Side-eye is slightly different. The eyes emoji. Ooh. Bigger issue is that when I checked whether it was supposed to be dust slash sand yesterday... Oh, yeah. Get something to rant about yourself. I could find so many things to rant about. Yeah, 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 that emoji. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what they're planning on. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. All right, chat, favorite rants? Go. I want to see some spicy ones in chat. Like, banned from Twitch or get Twitch itself banned? I'd go either way. For inciting violence. Fair. God, I love violence in Minecraft, you know. Warhammer lore. That's very Warhammer 40k core of you. What's this? Das Kapital? Oh man, oh man. Now, I'm pretty sure I know what my partner wants to rant about. It sounds like they're wanting to rant about that, all those, get rich quick, not even get rich quick schemes, but like, you know how like a lot of people, the money making schemes, the whole like, do this. I bet, I'm willing to bet it's about AI. I'm, I'm super willing to bet it's about stupid AI make money schemes. Not in front of my Codex Astartes. Oh, that's a pretty spicy one, Avery. Yeah, that's a pretty spicy one. That's just doing a different kind of authoritarianism. And the same thing about, like, tests for the right to vote, too. Like, I know it sounds like a really good idea on paper, but you're really opening up to some really weird stuff if you try to do that. Yeah, we've done this song and dance before, and it doesn't end the way you think it does. Let's see. Get the heavy flamer. No, the heavy flamer. Yeah, no, that's a lot of that's the thing with a lot of political theories and stuff. There's a lot of things where it's like it'd be great if it worked that way, but it doesn't. So now, because that's the thing like China did. I've mentioned this before on stream, some of the history of like China, but like China like really did kind of they it's so interesting how China does authoritarianism somehow differently, but it still ends up with a lot of the same results. Yes, send them into the warm oven. The warm put lightly toast the Tyranids. Lightly toast them and put some cream cheese on them. God, I love political theory. Oorah. Oh, man. We can't allow the Tyranids to take over the galaxy. I'm sorry. I don't care if you think they're cute and are vegan and whatnot and are against the killing of bugs. But there's a hive swarm making its way to Holy Terra. I'm doing my part. Oorah. What now? Sir, targeting the bug hole, sir. It's a brain bug. Remember Neil Patrick Harris being in that movie? That's the funniest thing about that movie to me is that Neil Patrick Harris is there. What a national treasure. Is he ours? Is Neil Patrick Harris American? Dude, it's a good movie. My only nitpick with Starship Troopers, which is a very minor nitpick, is that it's really, really long. Like, there are parts of that movie that drag. But, like, all movies did that back then. Oh, sweet. Okay. You can never tell. Sometimes our national treasures end up being Canadian. So... sometimes they're Canadian, and we have to steal them from Canada. But that's just the American way. It's like how so many, like old rock artists from back in like the mid 2000s are actually Canadian. Like, isn't 3 Days Grace Canadian? What are they doing up there? What are they hiding? Is it oil? If it's oil, we're invading. Resource wars. Oorah, let's go. I love Fallout. I don't want to set the world on fire, but I want to live in Fallout. Crawl out through the Fallout, baby. Para, I think that's just you. I'm sorry. Somebody get the medical ninja. I need medical ninja. Give me 50 cc's of morphine and something for the patient as well. I think 50 cc's of morphine would probably kill you, wouldn't it? 50 cubic centimeters? That sounds like a lot. Is that fish Jenga? You better not be doing fish Jenga in there. What is Jenga? What country did Jenga come from? Do they have oil? I think a CC is a unit, excuse you. A British? They probably stole it from somewhere else. I don't know. I think you definitely can measure morphine in CCs. I just don't know if I don't know if it's standard practice. You can measure anything in whatever units you want. Oh, okay. So a unit is a standard unit. Got it. Makes more sense. I love unit names. Alright, someone get me 2 footballs worth of nitrous oxide. 200 milligrams usually is fatal? Okay, well... what is that in freedom units? Okay, good. Did you do the Farah, did you perform did you perform the holy rites? Did you get the censers and the candles to appease the machine spirit? Oh, with tolerance you can survive 2 grams. 2 grams? That's like 5 times the amount. Oh no. Oh no. He didn't perform the litany of repair. I agree. Amen indeed. No, I know what you meant to say. Dude, 2 grams of morphine sounds a little insane. I need that translated into football units. How many cups of McDonald's Sprite is that? Oh no, Pero, you have to perform the litany of repair, or the litany of maintenance. Find a servitor, sacrifice them, and spread its blood on the holy modem while chanting from the book, the Codex Astartes. We're gonna need more wax. Where are the candles? Get the purity seals. Oh no. I'm not dropping any frames from what I can see. So it must be some evil machine spirits messing with your internet. Oh no. You know, I've been having that problem with Netflix recently. I don't know why. It's okay, Pero. We can temporarily promote you. We can temporarily promote you to an accolade. Seeing as our last one got sucked out of a warp hole. Oh, that would explain it, Avery. What did I need to do next? What have I been doing? I need to make the blast furnace. Should I just make the copper nickel coils? Copper nickel. Oh, we got to make this stuff that's combined copper and nickel, so copper nickel. Okay, I understand that one. Yeah, see, now that you've put it in freedom units, I think I get what we're talking about now. It was difficult to understand until until then. How many of these things do I actually need? What are these things? Is this an accurate representation of what I need for this? Oh. Oh. Yeah, check. We need to cross-reference. Make sure the cup sizes aren't different. Alright, I think I'm just gonna make these copper blocks, because I don't feel like bothering with the other ones right now. Cupro nickel coil block. Make me... How many do I need? 27? 16. Not even close. Okay, recipe tree. There's 16, right? That's a lot of cables I'm seeing. $16. All right. Go. Recipe. Oh my god. Liquid tin alloy. That's fair. Okay. I hate this. I can't read anything. How am I supposed to understand that? 128. 128. Bronze foil. You didn't tell me I was going to need tin for this. Okay, copper nickel wire. How do I make that? Okay, I need... Do I really need 128 ingots of this stuff? Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Luckily, it's not that hard to make once I actually get the materials for it. If we need 128, that means we need half of that amount. And half of 128 is 64. I just need 4 stacks. I just need 4 stacks of ingots. It's fine. How's it going over here? Ore washer? I hardly know her. Okay. Go Garnet. Garnerite Rangers. I think it'd be funny if Superman had a gun. He doesn't have to fire it. I just think it'd be funny for him to have one. You think Superman would have a gun? Superman definitely wouldn't have a gun. Not if we're talking about like actual Superman, but my interpretation of Superman, I think he can have a gun. I think he would just be the kind of guy who would own guns, but not like, obviously he's not going to use them against people. Why would he do that when he can just be Superman? You guys ever see that one thing where there was a comic book? There's a comic book where Superman he gives his friend Jimmy Olsen He gives him a whistle. Not a whistle, it's a watch. It's a watch that when he presses a button on it, it emits a frequency that only Superman can hear. So Superman can come save him from whatever's happening today. Anyways, there's this guy that attacks Metropolis, and Jimmy, he that's funny. He presses the button on the watch to call Superman, and Superman shows up. He shows up a little bit late. It takes him some time to get to Metropolis to help beat up the bad guy. Oops. Pause you. It takes him a while to get there, and it's because he mentions he was in the Vega system, which is like, I don't remember exactly how many, but several light years away. So somehow this watch emits a frequency that Superman can hear from another galaxy. And I thought that was pretty fun. I thought that was a cool power for him to have. A very logical power for him to have as well. Alright. I gotta make more of these pipes, because I gotta pipe logs into this thing. You know Thor? Like, not the god Thor, but like the one from Marvel Comics. Yeah, he has a feat where he like flew to the edge of the universe and back once in a pretty short time. I mean, it took him some time to do it, but like I don't know if that's the point. Have you guys ever like looked through like comic book heroes' feats at any point? It's a wild ride. There are a lot of like there's a lot of crazy things that comic book superheroes get up to. Um that are just don't make sense. You know Thor can open portals? That's like part of his skill set. He can open portals. Just anywhere. I guess. I don't know. I actually didn't look that hard. Okay. I need rose gold. I need more copper. Fringe. Actually, it's probably fine. Maybe I should just make another stupid turbine. No, that's not going to help me here. Definitely not going to help me where I'm going. Alright, everybody. Favorite superhero? Go. Anime counts too. No. Maybe. Only Goku counts. Goku's the only anime that counts as a superhero. Goku's my favorite superhero, that's for sure. I don't even like Goku that much. Goku... I don't like Goku. I prefer Vegeta. Vegeta's... He's a good guy. Sort of. He is now. He's a family man. He's got a wife and kids. Several kids, actually. And he's a good dad. Sort of. Actually, he's not a very good dad. He kind of... kind of slaps... Ooh, Gwenpool's a good one. That's a real good one, actually. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. Gwenpool is so cool. Because it's really interesting how... you would assume that Gwenpool is just like another version of Deadpool, but she isn't. She's just kind of her own thing. She just kind of takes on the moniker because her powers are very similar to Deadpool's. At least her, well, I mean, like, the ability to break the fourth wall, I guess. Spider-Man's a good guy, too. I like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's a really good superhero, I'll be real. I feel like Spider-Man's one of the few superheroes that still kind of fits in with the old mold of what superheroes are supposed to be like. He's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He's wisecracking. He's walking here, and he's you know, Spider-Gwen. Spider-Gwen's a good one too. I liked I liked what they did with her in the Spider-Verse movies. Yeah, sensing a pattern. Gwen. I really like what they did with her in the Spider-Verse movies. They did a lot of really cool stuff with her. I like her backstory too. It's interesting. Uh she gets bit by the spider and then Peter dies or something. Gwen Stefani. Yeah, true. Ain't no hollerback girl. She did that one song, didn't she do? She did that song that was just that sampled uh "If I Were a Rich Man" by. Oh, that would be a really good stand. No, that okay. Hold up. Forget what I was talking about. This is even better. Hollerback Girl is a really good stand name. That would go so hard. Oh man, yeah, it'd be so good. It's got to have some kind of like I'm envisioning some kind of like I don't know. This is the stand that sends you back in time or something as an attack. God, that would be a fun attack. Could you imagine? You just send your opponents back in time a little bit, and that's my attack. And then they're like, "Oh no, I was standing over there." But I'd like to imagine that like you get sent back in time regardless. Like everything goes back in time. So like you get the upper hand, and then you just get sent back in time by Hollaback Girl. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way that I could use that in combat, right? You just hit him with a crowbar. I think JoJo would go a lot differently if everybody just carried crowbars. What if you give a stand a crowbar, right? Like, I know it's not going to be super powerful, and it might not really work that well against other stands, but I don't know. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. Actually, this reminds me of another really funny thing. Yeah, have I told you guys about I've told you guys about Record of Ragnarok, right? That's my favorite fighting anime. Just because it's literally the entire anime is just a tournament arc, and it's a very representative of the fighting anime genre. I feel, you know, because like Record of Ragnarok is the kind of anime where every attack takes like half an episode because they have to go over the backstory of how this attack was created or the last time this guy used it or whatever this guy went through to gain his powers. It's a good anime. It's good if you like fighting animes. But anyways, there's this one really funny fight. Um uh Spoilers for Record of Ragnarok, I guess. You can go and watch the fights even without the spoilers. It doesn't matter that much, because the fights themselves are just are good. Also, I don't expect anyone to actually watch the show. I'll be real with you. It's kind of a pet thing of mine, but I wouldn't say it's something that has broad appeal. But there's this one fight. They have Hercules versus Jack the Ripper, and it's so funny. So like the humans that are fighting against the gods in the Ragnarok, um, they all have in because like it's a rule that you can't injure a god with with you can only injure them with like a weapon uh made by the gods. Like normal human weapons just don't work against the gods. And so this is an important part, right? Um so like in order to fight the gods, the humans are all making use of these weapons that are created by Valkyries. And each weapon is like kind of like bound to the person's soul sort of. So like it's a very specific um it's a very specific weapon, very like tailor-made for the person who's using it. Anyways, so Jack the Ripper shows up, and at first his Volander, his weapon is a giant pair of scissors, and he goes to use that on Hercules, and they break. And then Hercules is like, haha, without your weapon, you're not going to be able to win this fight, are you? And and so then there's like later on where Hercules so like Jack the Ripper pulls out a bunch of knives out of his bag, and he throws the knives at Hercules. And he's all like, "What, you fool? Didn't I tell you that gods can only be hurt by weapons made by the gods? Why would you attack me with these knives? They're not god weapons." Anyway, so then the knives like stick into him, and he's all like, "Ow, my bones! I've been stabbed by many knives." Oh, good. That's good. That's good because this is a fun story. Um, so Hercules gets hurt by all these knives, right? And so then it's revealed that Jack's his weapon isn't just a conventional weapon. What it is a it's the glove, or it's not the gloves. It's the bag, right? The bag that he's using is a special bag that can summon an infinite number of knives that he can use to stab people with. So we spend the rest of the fight, he's throwing these knives at everyone, I guess. And ooh, gold ingots. Yippee. He's throwing these knives at at Hercules and all that stuff. And so then later on we fast forward a long way through the fight. And Jack the Ripper, like he gets like thrown into a building or something. He's fine. Don't worry about it. And then he like, as he's like falling, he does this thing. He like throws a clock face at Hercules. Like he gets thrown into a big tower that looks like Big Ben, and he basically like pulls the clock face off of the tower and throws it at Hercules. And Hercules is like, "What? You fool! I've told you that gods can only be hurt by god weapons. And here you are, throwing a normal clock face at me, like it's gonna do anything." So he like braces himself, he like raises up his arm to like let the clock face hit his arm and like break on his arm. Anyways, he gets his arm cut off. Oh, I'm coughing. Alright, I'm back. Anyways, he he gets his arm cut off by the clock face, and that's when it's revealed that Jack's weapon is actually his gloves, because he can like anything he touches basically gets turned into a god weapon, which sounds a little bit overpowered. I'm not gonna lie. Like maybe just give that one to everyone, but whatever. My favorite fight in that one is Adam versus Zeus. Adam, the first man, who's here for some reason, versus Zeus. I don't know anything about like. So we're waiting on the rest of the seasons to come out. Ooh, I don't know about that one. I never heard of that one. I'm not super familiar with manga in general, though. But yeah, there was also a. Let's see. There's Let's see. Yeah, Adam. Adam's there. MC has the gloves that can turn anything into a weapon. Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, no, it's Record of Ragnarok's a fun one. The fights are really good. One, two, one, two, three, four. Bender. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh no, I'm making foil. I have been foiled. Yet again. Okay. One, two, three, four. Bend it on a one. Grind up the foil that I made on accident. Yeah, I like animes and just media in general that makes that has like a bunch of crazy weapons. I like it when they're more clever with their stuff. Based on the idea that we imbue treasure items with a soul, and then those items can be used as a weapon. That's kind of how it works in Record of Ragnarok. Kind of. Um, it works off of the Valkyries. And I know like these words like actual have like mythological like meanings and stuff. I just don't remember what they mean. But the Valkyries, it's some kind of system called like Volander, where the Valkyries like they kind of like transform themselves into weapons. Ooh. Oh my god, this stupid thing. I need more. God, I need to just like leave this thing running so that I can actually. Oh my god, it's full up again. Alright. I gotta do stuff with this. I gotta start voiding everything from this stupid thing. But yeah. The Valkyries, they basically like bind themselves to the soul of the combatant and turn themselves into weapons that are like specially made just for them at like the soul level. It's a little weird too, the way it works sometimes, because like I don't know, it's kind of a weird one because like Jack the Ripper has to bind his soul with somebody, and that person's like, I do not want to have my soul bound to Jack the Ripper, but it's okay because they get over it or something. I don't remember how it works. Let's see. But anyways, we're waiting on like later seasons to come out for this show. And we're waiting on the later seasons to come out. And while I know that it's got a manga, so like I guess if I really wanted to, I could probably look up what fights we're getting later on. But there was a part like part way through the anime where it shows like the list of all the people who are going to fight, and there's some crazy people on the list, like Nikola Tesla and Nostradamus are on the roster, and I don't know exactly how they're going to fight, but it's probably going to be really funny. All right, I don't care about any of this stuff here. What I'm gonna do is dig a little tunnel. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Twitch does weird stuff sometimes. Alright, chat. This next part's gonna be our little secret. We're just gonna ignore half of what's going on here. And nobody will ever see this. Okay, and I need to shoot. Apparently I had installed my browser twice, so I had to uninstall one and relog and add my extensions on the other. That sounds crazy. And that's a pretty wild experience. But I'm glad you were able to fix it. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Alright, shoot. Shoot. 2-3. Oh, yes. Okay, these are almost done. God, they suck up so much power. I'm gonna let this thing run for a while so it can build up more methane. Anyways, shoot. Okay. We're gonna be ending here in about 20 minutes anyway, so you're not gonna miss much. Have a good day, though. Tomorrow, if you can join us tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be playing Skyrim, so that'll be fun. Do. Dovahkiin. Dovahkiin. Cool. It'll be fun. I'm gonna play lots of Skyrim. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. Alright, there we go. Now we seal this up. And we don't talk about what happens to this. Good. Excellent. Excellent. I love when shows or like media does that, where it's like they say hexcellent because they're magic, right? You gotta magic's gotta. I got to see a really talented singer perform "The Dragonborn Comes" with the full orchestra. That's really cool. I've seen a lot of people who do a lot of choirs have done like the opening theme for Skyrim, which is really cool. That sounds like it'd be a really fun one to sing. But Dragonborn Comes sounds really good too. We'll get to visit the inns, people, everybody, you know? That's what I'm saying. If you're joining us here and you haven't heard, we're gonna be playing Skyrim tomorrow. So if you want to get notified for when I go live for playing Skyrim tomorrow, make sure you follow so that you get those notifications. You know, that's how it works. Also, the number on the follower goal goes up, which is, you know, it's always fun. I like it when numbers go up. Yeah, no, Skyrim's gonna be so much fun. We're gonna be doing a legendary survival playthrough, and it's gonna be it's gonna be filled with ups and downs. Probably quite a few downs. When I get absolutely blasted by some fool. Oh, God, I'm excited for it though. Skyrim is like one of my favorite games of all time. I just like the vibes. Okay, let's get... It's okay. You don't have to understand anything for Skyrim. Oh, frozen? Tell me I'm frozen again, but what do I do? No, it's gonna be great. If you've never played Skyrim, it's gonna be a really fun stream. I think we crashed again, though. I think we crashed. Oh, cool. Well, I'm in the middle of crashing right now. So that's fun. My game is frozen. Kill. Okay. Hold on. Let me relaunch it. Should I get a check on? This is also part of the reason why I'm wanting to do Skyrim tomorrow is because we've been having a lot of issues out of Minecraft today, and I don't quite know why. Well, actually, that's sort of a lie. I kind of know why. We're having issues out of our shader packs for some reason. There's something that the shader packs are trying to do that keeps freezing the game and crashing it. And maybe if I do some updates on my computer, it'll fix it. I have not tried restarting my PC. So I think after stream I'll probably update my PC and get it restarted and everything. It could just be a graphics driver thing or something. So I might try updating those to see if it fixes it. But it's an error with the shader packs. So like we swapped shader packs earlier today and that fixed the problem. And this is the issue. This is the first time it's crashed since we switched shader packs. So, but I don't know exactly what happened that time because I didn't get a crash report. Because okay, here I am. I am here. Okay, we lost a little. We went back in time a little bit. Okay, but Skyrim. It's gonna be a really fun stream if you've never watched or if you never played Skyrim before, because I'm pretty knowledgeable about Skyrim. I've played it a lot. Not as much as some other people. I have like over 500 hours on my main account, but that's just the special edition. Obviously, I have more hours on the base edition, and I had Skyrim in what is it? I had Skyrim for the Xbox for a long time that I played it on when I first played. And of course I've lost the playtime for that instance of Skyrim. But I'm hoping the Skyrim streams are popular because it would be very fun to play. Um yes. But yeah, I know a lot about Skyrim. So I'm going to be showing you guys some cool things in Skyrim that you kind of pick up from playing a long time. I've already talked a little bit about this, but I'm going to do it. The way I'm going to play is I'm going to show you guys some cool little fun tricks and stuff, but I'm also going to be playing it like as if it's a first playthrough kind of, so that you guys get the whole experience of playing Skyrim by proxy essentially. Um so with like for the starting area or for the intro, for instance, I'm going to like go through it the way that you would on like a first playthrough, and then I might show you guys what it's like if if you've played the game several times and just want to speed through it. So it should be a very fun stream. And we are going to be doing 5 hours tomorrow as well, like we've been doing the rest of this week. And I'm thinking in the future, if the Skyrim stream on tomorrow goes well, we might slot in Skyrim for Fridays in general. I have mentioned this, especially since I have a lot of you here. There is a chance I'm probably going to be doing um I'm probably going to be doing streams Tuesday through Saturday in the future. Next week, next Saturday. So we're not doing Saturday this week, but next week I'm going to want to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke. And we're going to do like a special 8-hour stream for that one as like a subathon type thing. So that one will be really fun. But I also think going forward we'll probably do Tuesday through Saturday after that. And we might do something like we might do more Pokemon on Saturdays and do Skyrim on Fridays, and then just anytime we're not doing something like that, we'll be doing what is it? We'll be doing TerrafirmaGreg. That's our like backup plan for everything is just doing TerrafirmaGreg. But yeah, you won't have to play through it yourself in order to get the full Skyrim experience. I will show you guys all the fun things to be had in Skyrim. No need to give Todd Howard any of your money. I'll have you. Don't worry, chat. I've got you. We're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna play through. We're gonna do a full playthrough too. Obviously, we won't be able to get the whole game done in just 5 hours. But we're gonna basically do a full playthrough. We'll do the main story quests. We're gonna do the main story quest. We're gonna do all of the factions. We're not gonna. I'm gonna figure out the order as we go because there are different ways to do things, especially since we're gonna be playing survival and legendary. We're not gonna be doing everything. Like we're not gonna do one story after another. So. Although there probably will be times when we focus on one versus the other. But yeah, we'll do the whole playthrough, all the factions. We'll do the Civil War storyline. We'll do all the major cities and any quests we can find in those. We'll do all the DLC. The DLC are really fun. They actually are really fun. Like, Skyrim actually has really good DLC. It has one that just gives us, like, player housing and everything. Which is fun. Yeah, yes, there is a Civil War storyline. I don't know if you're messing with me, but yes, there is a war going on in Skyrim. Because they're like it's like the main plot of the game, or one of the main plots, I guess. But yeah, it we get to pick. Oh, okay. No, yeah, there's a civil war going on in Skyrim. You'll find this out like right at the start of the game because it literally is like the main plot at the beginning of the game. So I'm not spoiling anything for you guys by telling you this. The game opens up with you getting captured. Yeah, the game opens up with you getting captured with a group of there's a group of people called the Stormcloaks, and they are basically okay. So basically, there's a power struggle going on right now. There's a guy named Ulfric Stormcloak who has killed the High Jarl of Skyrim, of the province of Skyrim, and has made claim to the throne of Skyrim because of that. So Ulfric says that he killed High King Torrig, High Jarl Torrig. Actually, I think it is High King. Killed High King Torrig in honorable combat, but everybody else is like, no, you just assassinated this guy. So now there's a civil war where you have the faction called the Stormcloaks who say that Ulfric is the true High King of Skyrim and want him on the throne. And then you have the Imperial Legion, which is not part of Skyrim technically. It's the Imperial Legion is from Cyrodiil, which is a neighboring province, who basically like have like a United Kingdom type thing. They're kind of like the British, I guess, if the British were Roman. So make of that what you will. And yeah, we'll get to pick a side in the Civil War. So that'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'll be real with you. That time loop Skyrim mod turned actual. Wow, I have not heard of that mod. No, I haven't. That sounds really cool. But yeah, we are going to be picking a side in the Civil War. You get to pick between the Imperial Legion and the Stormcloaks. I'll be real with you, as much fun as the Stormcloaks sound, there's a good chance we're going with the Imperial Legion. I don't know. Maybe we'll put it up to a vote in chat. I might have to look into that mod at some time. We might look into modding Skyrim after we're done with a full playthrough. Maybe. Since I am on Linux, it's kind of hard to mod Skyrim. Okay. While we're waiting on this... Sort of, I don't know if I don't know if it's in a time loop necessarily. Um, Hold on. I'm gonna go into my house and we're gonna start wrapping up stream since we got 5 minutes left and I don't have much else to do. So let me go into my house before I start going off about all this. So I don't remember. You might be correct because I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if Elder Scrolls was in a time loop. It would make a lot of sense with the rest of the thing. There are a few crazy time things going on. So first of all, there's a concept called Dragon Break. Now, this is really fun. Um, uh, uh, so the Elder Scrolls, it's a little complicated. It's very complicated. Maybe we can talk about this a lot during Skyrim. Okay, a dragon break is this thing that they use to. So you know how in every Elder Scrolls game you get to play as like the main character, right? Like in Skyrim we're going to be playing as the Dragonborn. In Oblivion it was the hero of Kavash. In Morrowind it was the Nerevarine and all this, right? But Skyrim is a game where you get to do whatever you want and you can make decisions based on you can make like different decisions in game with your character that end up being like contradictory to things that happen later on, right? So for instance, the Civil War in Skyrim, there's really only two, technically three choices for the Civil War, right? That the Dragonborn can do. Either the Dragonborn sides with the Imperial Legion, the Dragonborn sides with the Stormcloaks, or the Dragonborn just doesn't get involved, which is just another viable option. Um so here's the thing. The Dragon Break is a kind of a story concept that the creators of the Elder Scrolls came up with to justify or to explain how you can make all these different seemingly contradictory decisions in a game. Some people complain about the Dragon Break. They say like it's lazy writing. Personally, I think the Dragon Break is actually really good writing because does it makes an attempt to explain how all of this works. A dragon break is basically when there's some like timey stuff that happens with like the Elder Scrolls, and a dragon break is when there's all these contradictory information, all this stuff happening. So essentially all the decisions that the player characters make happen. They all happen, but then but that causes a dragon break which causes them to all basically condense back down into the main timeline. So the maybe I don't know what is I don't know what BDG references. Um so the so it all condenses back down into one timeline where every single decision that that the Dragonborn made has happened, or like the main character, right? So essentially think of it this way. A dragon break occurs when a person splits the timeline into multiple diverging timelines, but then a dragon break happens and is what causes those timelines to converge back into one single timeline. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've seen his stuff. I didn't realize. Yeah. I've seen his videos. Um. But yeah, that's kind of how it works. So imagine it like this: there's one timeline, something happens to split those timelines temporarily, and then a dragon break happens and causes them to converge back into the same timeline. It's a way to like preserve the unilaterality of of having one single timeline while also justifying having the every single choice that the player makes actually mattering and having actually happened, right? Cool. Drink enough of that and you might come up with a system like the Dragon Break. It is a pretty crazy system. I'll go over some of the lore for the Elder Scrolls as we go. Isotopic Centrifuge, is that with oh god, what's the name of that mod? I used it a lot in All the Mods 9. Mechanism. If it's mechanism, if it's the mechanism mod, you can use that for nuclear reactors, and eventually you can use that for an antimatter reactor. But I don't know how much your mod pack does that part. It's a pretty cool system, though. It's relatively simple. Oh, just be careful, because you can irradiate if you have a leak on a nuclear reactor with mechanism. It can irradiate like a 5-chunk radius. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, getting fissile fuel typically does lead to nuclear reactors. If it is the mechanism mod, I do actually know a little bit about mechanism. Fission reactor, yeah. And then later you can get the fusion reactor, if it is mechanism. All right, but we're 5 hours in. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much for joining, guys. I love you all. I'm always happy to hang out with you guys and spend some time. It's gonna be so much fun playing Skyrim tomorrow. So everybody, make sure you set your timers or whatever if you're available. It would be 5 hours previous to this. Um, so make sure you guys get ready. Put it in your calendars. If there's anybody watching who hasn't subscribed or hasn't followed, make sure you hit that follow button. Especially since you'll get a notification when I go live tomorrow. We play Skyrim, Dovahkiin. I'm gonna shout at dragons and then punch them. It's gonna be so much fun. So, I also have my YouTube linked below. There will be a new video going out there just now. Let's see. Blue Sky's linked below, which where I'll talk to you if anything happens that I need to talk to you about outside of stream. And that's pretty much it for me, guys. Bye, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow for Skyrim. Everybody have a good rest of your day. Bye.